It's a lot of work. This is the test. Oh, that's right. That's fine. That was one All right. Can you hear me? Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2. Test. Okay. All right, we're going to go ahead and that's too much. All right, we're going to go ahead and we're going to get started so that we can be respectful for our speakers. I want to welcome everybody out to the 2020 Magic Valley Serial School. I am Jason Thomas. I'm the Extension Educator in Minidoka County, so I'm Rupert. And I'll be helping moderate, and we'll also be having some help from Grant Loomis up here. So I'm going to go ahead and turn the time over to him in just a second. Before I do that, I just want to remind everybody about these surveys. These help us so we can make our program better. I know they're not the most exciting thing, but it will help us. And part of this survey is we want to know if, because I know there's some folks that have to travel from quite a distance, and that's what's happening over here is we're doing a test of a live stream of this school. So if that's something you're interested in, make sure you note that in there so we know whether that's something that we should keep doing or try to do next year kind of on a larger scale. So that's what all this equipment is over there, and what I'll be kind of running around and monkeying around with all these cords and stuff is testing a live stream. So I'll go ahead and I'll just introduce the first speaker, and then after that, Grant will introduce some of that. Our first speaker is Terrell Sorensen. He's worked for a number of years with the Idaho Water Users. He's an extension educator in American Falls, so Power County, and he is going to talk to us about saving irrigation water and the CRAPE program.
Good morning. Can you hear me all right there? Yeah, better. Better get a little closer. Is that better? Okay. I look up here, and I think I better stay right here behind this podium. You don't want to walk very far here this morning. You could end up in real troubles. I could end up killing myself. Anyway, part of the deal was talking about this. I've been in the water business a long time, so I want to give you a little update where we are in the water situation right now. We just attended the Idaho Water Users Convention. We got an update on all the recharge programs that's going on, where we're sitting at with our aquifer right now. One of the things that happened was last May, Speaker Bedke wanted an update on what he called the camp process. I don't know if some of you were actually in on it. What it was about 10 years ago, 10, 11 years ago now, is they got a bunch of irrigators people, they got government people, they put everybody together and they tried to come up with ideas that they could implement to turn around the aquifer. So when they talk about camp, that's what they're talking about. It's talking about what we're going to do to replenish our aquifer, how we're going to help it. And what he wanted to do was get the update. He wanted to see where the inventoried aquifer, where we're sitting with the aquifer level, spring flow, the finances that we put into it, the recharge that we've been doing. So part of the deal, the camp process, which led up to our agreement with the surface water and the groundwater agreement, is we needed about 250,000 acre feet of recharge every year. They wanted demand reduction, which probably affected a lot of you people in here, 240,000 acre feet. They wanted all kinds of conversions done, water to surface conversions they've talked about, and we've also done a lot of this cloud seeding lately. Idaho Power's really been putting an effort in on that. Another thing they talked about is in part of the settlement, they put IGWA produces 50,000 acre feet. That either goes to the Surface Water Coalition to help irrigate that season. If they don't need it, then we take and we recharge with it. The cities have also joined in. They've got an agreement now where they're going to provide 7,700 acre feet every year that's being recharged. You can see you add all this up, and what they found is we're doing about 554,000 acre feet now, what they figure is reduction and recharge. And the goal was in the camp process was about 600,000 acre feet. So we're about 50,000 acre feet short of the goal that we originally had. Now, one of the things they talked about in the camp process was we was going to put they wanted 100,000 acres put into the CREP program. The CREP program is your reserve enhancement program, and specifically what it is just CRP, putting it in for irrigation, irrigated ground. It was specifically put together to help reduce the withdrawals. So you can see we're working towards it, but the CREP has not exactly worked quite like we want it to. Right now, I think we got 18,000 acres in it. Originally, they wanted 100,000 in it. So we're going to talk about it a little bit. We're still trying to reach that 600,000 goal. This is kind of how they got to the 550,000. We'll just go through it real quick. They said we got capacity now about 202,000 of recharge. Since then, they put this together in the fall. We brought one in line on the north side canal. So they say that we have the ability now to about 240,000. The reduction we can see is about 240,000. You add these all up and we get to our 554,000 is where we're sitting at right now. You can see this is the updated model. You guys have probably seen this a lot of times when you talk about the water. But what they've done, this one is right over here on the end. You see, whoops. Right here, we've added the last few years. You see in 2017, we had a huge recharge year on the aquifer. We went up quite a bit. And the last 3 years have been really good water years, and we're doing super good. But you can see right here, this is our spring flows right there. We pretty well just stayed even this last year, even with everything we did. It was kind of a dead even year, which is good, but maybe we need to do a little more of it. You can see we actually, the flows here, we're down just a little bit. So we got a lot of springs that have come up. but we got some springs that haven't come up yet. Now this is a really interesting one. This is the one Brian Patton put together here 2 weeks ago. So this is the newest out there. This is kind of where we're sitting. You look right here, this is where the benchmarks are for our aquifer out there. We bottomed out right down in here. You can see we've been doing real good. We've come up from just about 9 up to about 6.1. What they consider zero right here is the years back in the early 90s. That's kind of the benchmark they want us to get to. You can see we're right, we need to get up here. So we're quite a ways ahead of what we need to be for the next year. But you can see we got a pretty steep climb coming up here in the next 2 years. This is 2026. So we're going to need everything going right here. As you see, we're projecting here. We need to be right here. So we got quite a ways to come up on it yet. We've been doing a super job though. Here's what the water level change has been on the aquifer. This is a really interesting slide. You can spend a lot of time on this. You can see down here, this is where a lot of the recharge in the lower region's been taking place. We've been going, there's been zero flow past Milner for quite a while now. And these right here, you can see these areas is where the recharge sites have been. You can see a lot of gain in there. We still got some spots though that's still going down. This is Aberdeen Springfield. They got one site out in there. They've been dumping water in, doing a good job. You get up here on, we've had good years on the Big Lost, Little Lost rivers, which really helps us. We're pretty well staying even on some of these others, but we still got some areas that we need to work on. So we've gained about 1.8 million acre feet, which is just about the size of American Falls Reservoir, is what we've come up. So he goes through and he defines how we're going to have a rolling average, 250,000 on the recharge. This slide right here that he put together, I really found interesting. You look right here, you go back, we've been recharging since about 2000. We've had some good water years. We've done a bunch of recharging. You look back here in 2010, 2011, 2012, we had some super good recharge areas. Years right in there. Going down. So you can see that not only do we need the recharge, what we need is also reduction and the other things that we're doing with it. I gotta look at crap water again. It's kind of been the forgotten deal out there. Maybe it's something we should do. Slide here that to me, I really like. I used to work there in the water business in American Falls. When they call it the Blackfoot to Minidoka Reach Gains, what this is the spring flows that come into American Falls Dam. That's basically what it is. And you can see back here, well, it guarantees you're going to fill American Falls every year just from spring flows. But you get down here in 2005, we're down here at about 1.5 million, which really means that we can't fill American Falls like we used to. You can see we had the 2011, we jumped those flows back up. To me, this is a really important slide because on our storage water, it makes a huge difference. You can see where we were back in the mid 80s. It's a really interesting slide. So what is CREP? Let's run through it real quick. We talked about it quite a bit during that camp process, as this could be a really good tool. It was kind of put together between the federal and the state conservation program, cooperative conservation program. It's an offshoot of the CRP. It's administered by your FSA offices. Your technical service, those provided by the Idaho Soil and Water Conservation Commission. And the water right here in this area Then you're back up in here. We got just a little bit around American Falls, some up through this area. They wanted about 100,000 acres in it. Currently, we're just plus or minus about 18,000 acres. They reduced it on the last bill. They'll only go up to 50,000 acres now. But they did raise the rates on it. They went up from 130 to 160. Plus some of the groundwater is kicking in some more money on the plus on that. But one of the things they didn't do, they raised it on everything but on the upper part right in here. So now we got a split on that. To me, it doesn't make any sense. An acre foot saved anywhere on the aquifer. In fact, this might be more beneficial on the top end than the lower when you look at our recharge. That's one of the places we got. We got about 32,000 acres we could pick up yet. And so this is to be eligible, it's got to be physically capable of being irrigated. It's got to have been irrigated 4 out of 6 years. This part right here, I think is getting pretty antiquated. It's saying the years you needed to do it. Water Resource will verify it. Must have been owned 12 months. One of the good things is no minimal size requirement. Okay, so we gotta, I think one of the things we gotta work with is our county commission level, that we need to up those a little bit. You think about the CRP rates they're getting back in some of the Midwestern states, over $300 an acre on some of that. I think our irrigated ground probably should be the same, especially considering how much work we've put into everything. Anyway, we'll go through it. I got
a question.
Yeah.
So who controls that rate?
The FCS does your farm credit, or not your farm service. They do.
So who do we talk to over there? Because I mean, if you have to go rent ground for $300 or $400 an acre straight through, and you're only getting 160, I mean, when my crap comes out, that's a no-brainer to take it out. I mean, unless it's a corner or something.
Yeah, that's one of the problems we got.
So who do we talk to get into help to put pressure on?
The Idaho Soil Commission is one of them. That'd be one, and your local, your county levels too. Those are the ones we need to put some pressure on. That's one of the areas I think we really need to talk about. We're doing a lot of work, you know, and I think the federal government could kick in a little more. One of the things we did, I don't know if I got enough time to get into it really, is that Ben Eborn and myself, we sat down and we actually wrote a little program that if you do it, I don't know if let me just look at it just a little bit. Where's that at, Jason? What we did is we made a little spreadsheet in Excel. And you look at it, what we did is we set it up so that you would have 4 scenarios. This is just a quick little version. We're going to actually try to get it on the Ag Business website. So what we did is we went through the 4 scenarios. If you left it, if you farmed everything, if you took out your corners, you left your pivot end gun on. We actually made 4 scenarios down here. The first one is you got 0 crep. The next one you had, you'd take out the corners and so on. But one of the things we put in there is actually that we could, how much water that you would use and how much water you would save. This take a little longer to go through, but anyway, we'll get to the where's that other one, Jason?
Get another PowerPoint, right? This one?
Yeah.
You need to go back to this.
I need to go right to the very end. Go right down to the bottom.
Or you can just jump through.
Yeah, I apologize for this. Yeah. I just wanted to hit these last couple of slides, some of our results at the end.
Is that it? Or is it a different one?
Yeah, it's a different one.
What was it called?
It's right up, hit that crap right there.
It was just the Excel is all we put on. We didn't put a.
Didn't we put it on?
You want to go back into here?
Yeah, let me just see. Not going forward.
I'll just clear on the bottom.
Go to summary. Anyway, I'll just go through the summary a little bit. Kind of rushing through it here, but anyway, what we found is you put the scenarios up there and we have the different things you could do there with your CREP payments. Doing it. One of the interesting things of the water savings program we had right here, how it reduced your operating money. Right here, your water savings. Just taking out the corners, save about 290 acre feet on the 640 acres. Then you see here, we had a LISA system, save more water. So there's a lot of savings that we could do with it. It's, but we're gonna finish this. We will get it on the ag website. It'd be kind of fun to play with. It's a lot of fun, but it takes a long time to kind of explain. It's kind of a, we didn't realize how long it was going to take to kind of put the other information together. But anyway, this is something to look forward to if you want to play around with it. Kind of goes through your variable costs. What we did is just put the variable costs in, just partial budgets. So but anyway, we got any questions on the water or anything?
You mentioned the groundwater districts might have some money also. Do you have an idea how much?
They're paying $30 an acre right now
So bring it up to 190.
for some of them, yes. Yeah, it's one area that come up just a little bit. I think we get a lot of people that want to participate in it. Be a lot of savings. Okay, thank you.
All right, before we move on, I'm just going to briefly just introduce myself so you know who is talking at you. My name is Grant Loomis, and I'm the extension educator up in Blaine County. And I need an Alex Larson. Alex Larson, come on down. You're the next winner. No, I'm just kidding. Just your receipt. You left it out. That's okay. I couldn't find it. I know I couldn't find it. Thanks. Next we'll be hearing from Pat Hasenbuehler, and he'll be discussing the Farm Bill and Decision Management Tool, and also the Ag Biz website resources.
Go ahead and just open it up. Yeah, sure. Hit play.
That work. Is this the, and this is the pointer.
Yes.
Well, good morning, everybody. Happy to be here. Like Grant said, thanks for the introduction. I'm Pat Hasenbuehler. I'm Extension Specialist in Crops Economics, based in Twin Falls at the Research and Extension Center there. I'm probably a new face for a lot of you. I'm one of the new faculty in the Agricultural Economics and Rural Sociology Department. Just started in August 2018. So this is my first Southern Idaho Serial Schools. I've been up to Northern Idaho, but happy to be here today. Talking about the Farm Bill Decision Aid. And it's a training because I can kind of walk you through Decision Aid that Texas A&M put together for the Farm Bill for picking the ARC and PLC programs. So just curiosity, have any of you already signed up for ARC or PLC? No? Well, that's good. From what I have heard from my extension director, there's some kind of advice to wait until February 15th to do that. So I don't know if that's coming from FSA to as some kind of a logistical thing. But anyway, the deadline is March 15th to sign up. So I'm recommending that you at least get an appointment set up with FSA to get so that everybody doesn't show up on the 14th and then you're all waiting in line and there's not room to get your decision in. But we'll talk about a tool that might be helpful as you're getting prepared to make those elections. So I'll review what these programs are. They're started in the 2014 Farm Bill and they've been updated with just some changes in the 2018 Farm Bill. We'll talk about what those changes are. I'll talk about briefly the ARC Individual, which is another program, but it's kind of very specific cases. Not sure how applicable it will be in Idaho, and it wasn't popular in the 2014 round. We'll discuss the decision aid that I mentioned, and then implement an example. So just a review of ARC County and PLC. They were started in the 2014 Farm Bill. Back then, it was make your election in 2014, and then it lasted the whole time, 2014 to 2018. So it was kind of like Ron Popeil's rotisserie chicken thing. You set it, and then you forget about it, and then maybe you get payments depending on how it happens with the prices and things. But this, in our county, the case was that there was a payment when the actual county crop revenue is less than the ARC guarantee, and the PLC was very price driven. So when the effective price is less than the reference price, which is either the marketing year average or the loan rate, depending on the crop, then you get a payment for PLC. For both, the payment is based on historical base acres and not actual production. So the programs have basically stayed the same in terms of these. These are kind of like what drives the payments, but there's some kind of changes that we'll discuss to the logistics and some other things. Just briefly on ARC-IC, so only 2% of farms and 3% of base acres in Idaho were part of this program. So it's basically a whole farm revenue kind of program, and the reason why it's not really popular is because the other payments, like the ARC payment and PLC, have a multiplier of 85%, and ARC-IC has a multiplier of 65%. So that's a pretty big drop off in terms of the multiplier. But basically, other people, experts, I got my PhD at Purdue, so I've been paying attention to experts there who have studied this really more in depth than I have. And then at University of Illinois, other people who have put together tools that are helpful for these choices. They're basically saying, if all of your acres in 2019 were in prevent plant, then you might want to consider this. But if it's not the case, then it's not likely going to be something you want to choose. So don't want to discourage you, just kind of, it's basically kind of like if you have a bad farm for 2019, you might likely get a payment for ARC-IC, but it's just something that not very likely. University of Illinois does have a more complicated tool to work through the example, but it's basically you might want to do that if you have something that had very bad yields or you had big prevent plant. But it's more complex. This program requires that you have your own farm, so you have to report a whole lot more data, and it's more intensive than the reporting for the other programs. Looking at the 2014 Farm Bill in terms of payments and elections, for elections, about double the number of farms were in PLC than ARC County, and about double more base acres in PLC than ARC County. Mainly wheat and barley dominated, but there were also a substantial amount of corn acres in each program, and then some of the smaller crops as well. In terms of payments, I have payments on the left here and then prices on the right. So you'll see Arc County, which is the dark line on the left, paid in 2014, but then every year after, PLC paid more than Arc County. And so that's basically the spike up to 100 million payments in Idaho for both programs, largely driven by this big drop in wheat price between 2014 and 2016. So these are very price-driven programs. PLC obviously is driven by the price, and then Arc County is the combination of price and yield effects. But again, the price is really important in terms of the payments. And so these fluctuations of payments correlate really strongly with the movements in the prices. For Cassia County, kind of follow the statewide trends. PLC didn't pay at all in 2014, but then substantial payments in 2016 when the big drop in wheat price. So $8 million, $8.4 million in 2016. The main crops were corn and wheat, and then wheat and barley paying for PLC in 2017 and 2018. Similar kinds, but not quite as big of payments in Minidoka County. So PLC again didn't pay in 2014, but then bigger payments in 2015, 2016. The main crops again were wheat and corn, but also barley. So moving forward, looking at the election that will be made by March 15th again, the election for this year applies for 2019 and 2020. But then a big change in the 2018 Farm Bill is that after 2020, you have the option, you don't have to change your election. So if you picked ARC for one of your crops and farms, then you can switch if things change in the markets, which is another reason why I'm recommending to use a tool that we'll talk about later, is you can go back and check your election and see if you want to change based on the way things have gone with prices and yields over time. There's an opportunity to update the PLC program payment yields, which are currently set for the 2014 crop year. Note that the property owner must do that update. The operator can initiate. The deadline to do that is not March 15th, that's later this year, and it only applies until 2020, so it doesn't apply for 2019. Our county yields are now based on RMA data rather than NAS, so that kind of changes a bit of the calculations and what kind of information actually go into the final payment calculation. It makes irrigated, non-irrigated demarcation a little more available than was the case for the last Farm Bill. Our county yields are now trend adjusted, so it kind of lifts up a bit of some of the low yields cases. And then the effective reference prices are calculated now using a 5-year Olympic average with a 1-year lag. So for 2019, they use the Olympic average for the prices of 2013 to 2017. So the Olympic average is you drop the lowest and the highest within those 5 years, and then take the average of the remaining 3 to get the effective price. So with this decision, I'm really recommending that you use the decision aid to choose between these programs. And I'm recommending this one by the Texas A&M Agricultural Food Policy Center because it has a little more flexibility. It includes every commodity of the covered commodity, so all 23 are in the tool, unlike the University of Illinois tool that is also has some very nice features, but it just includes corn, soybeans, and wheat. So maybe more applicable up in North Idaho where they do a lot of more pulses, but I know there's a lot of crops that grown in Southern Idaho also. So that's why I think this tool would be useful for a lot of producers here. It includes updated data from RMA and also USDA. So every time a new WASDE report comes out, the price forecasts, expected price for that marketing year are automatically updated within the tool. The required documents are the FSA 156 Easy and the acreage production history report. Those will provide the information that you need to kind of put it into the program. And there are two main parts. You check whether you should update your yield for the PLC payments, and then you do calculate the expected payments, which will give basically a payment for our county or our PLC, or for PLC, and then you can compare the payments. And I just wanted to say, this is basically a black box, and we'll talk about what happens, but basically you put information in with your acreage and yields, and then it spits out some kind of payment. But I met with the people at Texas A&M, and they have good resources from Congress that are really in touch with the U.S. House and Senate Ag committees. So they are very familiar with the parameters for the Farm Bill and these programs. And they have a staff fully devoted to this program. So it's well built, and they continually update and improve. So I believe in it, and think it's a good resource. So just like lots of computer programs, you start with including setting up a profile, and it'll save your farms if you want to go back in a couple of years and check whether you should switch or keep your election the same. Use of a real email address allows you to get updates. So if they change something and you want to be updated, you'll get an update. I haven't gotten one email yet since I set up my profile, so it's not like it's going to be a whole lot of spam coming your way when you do this. But you can if you just want to create as many profiles as you want. So the first next step after you get a profile is to put in your farm information. So a farm unit is a FSN crop combination. So you do it for every crop that you grow that are covered crops. I did an example here for Bear Lake County for wheat, just to kind of get a sense of how this tool works. So the payment yield update, again, applies only for 2020 to 2023. And the update if the potential payment yield is greater than what you had in 2014 payment yield. So it's just an option. You don't have to update, and if it's lower, then you don't update because you get a lower payment based on that yield. Within the tool, once you go through this, it automatically populates into the next one. So the higher of the update or not updated becomes automatic in the next expected payment step. So we enter the yield information. I just included some, for a 100-acre farm in Bear Lake, just some yields that were kind of around the average based on the ARC data from FSA. And then when I implemented the program, so the potential payment yield is 28.35 bushels per acre, which is less than 30 bushels per acre from the 2014. And so in this case, there's no update, and the old 2014 PLC yield becomes the automatic payment yield for the expected payments tool. And the payments tool now is you include your base acres, the number of base acres you have, the PLC payment yields, which are automatic from the last step that we just discussed, historical irrigated percentage if applicable, and then price expectations. And there are already built-in prices, like I said, with USDA, the WASDE report prices are automatically in there if you want to use those, but you can use any kind of thing if you have a different source. And then Fabry from the University of Missouri provides the longer term for through 2020 expectations for prices. And the outputs are payments for both PLC and ARC County for 2019 and 2020, and then a total estimate. And then it also includes distributions. So enter expected payments information, that's the base acres and the yields, which are from the prior step. So those remain 30 because there was no update from going through that exercise. I did this a couple months ago, so now the new WASDE price is $4.55, which makes this even lower and more likely to get a PLC payment than once the case, because the reference price for now is 550. So PLC is leaning toward that for wheat is kind of the recommendation for wheat. But basically, once you could use the prices that are already in there from USDA and FAPRI, and then you hit the button. And once you hit the button, recalculate, it basically does 5,000 simulations based on historical yield and price data, and comes up with an expected payment. And that's what this looks like. So for 2019, PLC payment, expected payment of 2,236, and ARC payment of 1,123. 2020, 2,100 for PLC and around 800 for ARC, and then total 4,300 for PLC and 1,900 for ARC. And then if you click on any one of these underlying numbers, so these are estimates, and it'll pull up this distribution type of information for each payment. And so focusing on this for 2020, at the 25th percentile, you get a payment for PLC, but the 25th percentile for ARC, you don't get a payment. So not only does PLC have a bigger mean payment, but it also has a higher likelihood that you're going to get a payment in general compared to ARC for this case. But again, the tool is really helpful because depending on the situation in your farm and your county, and the crop that you're growing, and all of that information is packed into this tool, and it'll provide this information. But generally, I just wanted to, given this distributional information, it comes down to somewhat your preferences, because each crop might have a different distribution. And so these are probability distributions where there is 100% probability underneath that curve. And some crops might have a low likelihood of not receiving a payment at all, but the mean might be relatively low, whereas some crops might have a high probability of not receiving a payment, but the mean might be pretty high. So depending on your preference, you might want to pick a certain program. But in the case of the last one, it was pretty clear where you are going to get a payment and it's higher. And so in this case, probably pick PLC for that. So just some logistical reminders. You record your choice with USDA FSA agent. You can do so by phone if you want. Have to do it by March 15th, so that's why I'm recommending to set up an appointment sometime before then. And the election applies for 2019 and 2020, and then annually. So I'm recommending this tool for right now before March 15th, and then do it again before the 2021 election period. And that is all I have for this portion of the talk. Any kind of questions? There's one back there.
Does Texas A&M have any input about how often this tool is being used? And how new is it?
They built it for the 2014 Farm Bill, and I don't know if they have data on the overall use. That's one reason why I have a survey to get your sense for the producers here, if you've used it for the 2014 Farm Bill, and I'll share those data. I plan to with the Texas A&M and people, and I discussed with them plans to do some survey work to see whether the tool is being used, whether it's useful, whether it's helpful. But so I don't have exact data on that. Yes.
Soybeans is included, but dry beans are not. Is there a reason for that?
Soybeans are included in the Illinois, they're in both tools. Dry beans are included in the Texas A&M tool.
But in the program, are they included?
They are, yes. All of the covered commodities are in the Texas A&M one.
Is it under lentils?
So
I didn't see it. I haven't recognized that dry beans were included.
Okay, I'd have to look and see if it has a different name, but if it's a covered commodity, then they have all of them in the Texas A&M too. Yeah. It might be under a different name. Okay, well, I'm gonna pass out the survey in a minute, but I'm also gonna fill in for Annie Gordon, my colleague, who's based in Bear Lake. I think he snowed in today. So he asked me to do his portion for the plug for the AgBiz website. So, so this is our University of Idaho AgBiz website. Got a new cool logo that Ashley Westerholt, my colleague, designed with the help of people up in Moscow. It's a rich resource, has including things like my slide set from just the presentation. Other things, here are some of the people. So a lot of people based in Southern Idaho, Ben, Emor, myself, John Hogue out here, Steve Hines, Joel Peckham from Burley, and Ashley Harridan and I are based in Twin Falls, and Carmen, who's in Shoshone. So those are some of the people if you want to be in touch with us. There are a lot of budgets available. These are updated, I think, every 2 years for most things, as much as possible. So those are the crops for which they're enterprise budgets. If you want to compare your costs compared to some of the examples, they try to do surveys at least every 5 years. So it might be a good idea to visit the website and check out the budgets if you haven't done it in a couple of years. Also budgets for cow-calf and other kinds of livestock to investigate. Market information, Norm Ruhoff up in Moscow in my department keeps these pretty well updated. Mainly a lot of wheat prices, so he's a wheat trader, so he pays close attention to those, but there's also prices for other things, hay and forage and potatoes, things that are grown more in Southern Idaho also. Livestock markets, again, another resource. I know you probably have a lot of other places that you go for this information, but these are another place that's things are gathered together. Other kinds of things and beyond information are some courses. So some of my colleagues have put together courses on futures and options, so you can work through that if you want to get some background on that. And then there's an opportunity under educational resources for this farm business management and benchmarking program. This is something that Ashley Westerholt, my colleague, and her partner, Sydney, are doing. And I don't know if you've heard about it through other emails, but basically, if you're interested in having one-on-one financial advice, they'll basically train you and work you through your QuickBooks and PinPack. And so you just put your name in there and email and phone number, and they'll contact you and then be in touch to work out a time that you can come, that they can come and work you through the getting your books up to date and things like that. So that's a good opportunity. Other kind of management tools, like I said, my slide set for this training is for the Farm Bill tool is up there. I also have some printouts that I'll put out on the table there for those who want to take one with using the tool. And other kind of publications just based on agricultural economy of Idaho, which are updated as they come out. So in addition, some of the students share their perspective on the agricultural education that they're getting up in U of I in our department, things they're learning, what they're looking forward to after graduation. So that's pretty neat. Try to keep that updated and get perspectives from students as much as possible. So that's our website. I hope and any kind of feedback that you have for information that's not there that you think would be helpful for us to keep things updated, relevant for you. So please email me or any one of my colleagues with that kind of information. But I'll,
Did you get rid of your custom rate tool?
no, that should still be there, but they were just updating that last year, I think, doing a survey. So I don't know if that's released yet, but it should be there. So thanks. I'm going to pass up the survey and look forward to hearing from my colleagues today. So thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you, Pat. Those are some great tools that we have available to us as producers. Next, we will be turning the time over to Blaine Jacobson with the Idaho Wheat Commission. He's out in the hall. Should I go grab him? Yeah, we're a touch ahead, Blaine. Sorry. Hopefully you ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Awesome. Okay. Thank you, Blaine.
Good morning, it's great to be here. This year I've given the Wheat Commission time over to Jane Bach of the Wheat Marketing Center. We're pleased to have her here with us. Before that though, just a couple of comments. Normally we give you an update on the Wheat Commission and the budget and the programs. And you'll find that there's a written report this year that you'll find out on the table. And then also there's a World Wheat Supply and Demand report that you might find interesting, and also a price report. During newer applications, which for this area would be beneficial to you. And so check on the table here during lunch or as you leave and pick up some of those things. We would also encourage you to sign up for the Idaho Wheat newsletter every Friday. How many here receive this? Looks like there's a good number. There's really great information weekly in this, and we would encourage you to sign up for that. We've got our commissioner for this area here, Ned Moon, District 3. I think everybody knows Ned, but Ned has served as a commissioner for 9 years now. He's got just over a year left, and then he'll term out. This district will be looking for a successor commissioner, and so if you're interested, let the Wheat Commission know, let IGPA know. That you need to, the appointment is made by the governor, but the nominations are made through IGPA and the Wheat Commission, and so put your name forward if that's of interest to you. Also, we've got Casey Chumra. I'm going to stand up, Casey. Casey has joined the Wheat Commission in January as the Associate Administrator, and she is my successor as I look at retirement down the road here after 18 years with the Wheat Commission. We also have Kathy Wilson back here. Okay. How many here have been to the Wheat Marketing Center in Portland? How many have been on the NW tour? If that's a tour that's of interest to you, be sure and see that. Each year we send 2 growers from each district over there. And part of your checkoff dollar goes to fund the Wheat Marketing Center. They do great work in terms of linking our crop up with the overseas customers. And nearly every week each year, there's a team in Portland at the Wheat Marketing Center studying the current crop and comparing that to what they need in their market. And so we're pleased that Jane was able to work out some time this year with us. And I'll turn this over to her.
All right, thank you, Blaine, and thank you for the invitation to be here today. If you're interested later on, I've got some handouts that just explain a little bit more about the Wheat Marketing Center and what we do there, as well as some of the information from my presentation today. So, my name is Jane. I grew up on a small family farm just outside of Dodge City, Kansas, growing wheat, corn, soy, and milo. We used to be a mixture of dry land and irrigated acres, but given the direction that the Ogallala aquifers taken lately, we are entirely dry land now. So anyway, made my way over to the Wheat Marketing Center. What we do there is we serve as the research and education bridge between you, the wheat growers, and the end users. We do a little bit of work with domestic end users, but our primary focus is on end users and export markets. So we're spending a lot of time with customers overseas, telling them about the quality wheat that we're growing here in the US. So I'm going to talk a little bit about wheat nutrition, fact versus fiction. Disclosure, I'm a grain scientist, a food scientist. I'm not a nutritionist, but this is something that's very near and dear to my heart. So I spend a lot of time researching this, and we do a lot of work on this at the Wheat Marketing Center. So let's just start by talking a little bit about what wheat brings to the nutritional table. So if we're looking at refined, enriched wheat flour products, these are legally required to be nutritionally supplemented with vitamins and minerals that are lost with the bran during milling. We've been enriching flour since the early 1940s. Bread was a staple food at that point, and it was the best way to get the most nutrition into the greatest number of people. Whole wheat flour products contain the bran and the germ along with the endosperm, and they contain all the natural vitamins, minerals, fiber, and phytonutrients that are naturally found in the wheat kernel itself. So in terms of current dietary guidelines, the guidelines recommend at least 6 servings of grains per day, with the caveat that half of your grains should be whole grains. I think everybody's well aware that whole grains bring a powerful nutritional package to the table. How many of you are aware of this half of your grains should be whole grains recommendation? Yeah, we've been preaching this for 20 years now. And back in about 2000, average whole grain consumption per American a day was 0.5 servings of whole grains. In 20 years, we have substantially moved that to 0.8 servings per day per adult American. So as you can see, it's been a pretty hard slog to get people to eat their whole grains. Now, we've been preaching about whole grains, and a lot of nutritionists get very gung-ho on them, and it's easy to see why. They bring a lot of good things to the table, but they tend to do so by demonizing refined, enriched products. And I got ahead of myself here because I revised this last night. In terms of shortfall nutrients, there's a number of nutrients that Americans are not getting enough of in their current diet. This is a listing of those shortfall nutrients. And in terms of nutrients of concern, those that are lowest in the American diet, potassium, dietary fiber, vitamin D, and iron are the 4 most concerning nutrients. And certainly whole grains bring in a lot of dietary fiber, a lot of potassium, and enriched refined grains can actually be a pretty good delivery system for iron, especially in women and children. So, like I said, we've been trying to get people to consume more whole grains. That's the way to go, honestly. But a lot of nutritionists get very excited about that and tend to demonize enriched refined grains. There is a nutritionist out of Canada, though. His name is Yanni Papanikolaou. He's actually been looking at the American diet and just seeing what would happen if you took grains out of the diet. What would your nutrient shortfall be? So he's done this by segmenting the American population based on age. And I'm going to take you through infants, children and adolescents, adults, and older adults. And what he's done is show what grains are bringing to the table in the normal American diet. And most of this is coming from enriched, refined grains. So, how many people in here have kids? What was one of the first solid foods you put them on? Anyone? Yeah, cereal. One of the first solid foods you introduce to infants tends to be cereal in this country. So when looking at the dietary patterns of infants aged 6 months to 2 years, those infants consuming grains had higher intakes of dietary fiber, one of those nutrients of concern. Calcium, folate, potassium, magnesium, zinc, phosphorus, choline, B vitamins, and iron. So you can see 3 of the 4 nutrients of concern are specifically addressed with grain consumptions. And a lot of that comes from the consumption of enriched refined grains. So as long as they're not eating snack cakes and cookies and things like that, if you're talking about breads, rolls, breakfast cereals, tortillas, things like that, enriched refined products can actually bring a lot of nutrition to the table and address some of those nutrient gaps. It's the same thing with children and adolescents. So these would be kids between the ages of about 2 and 18. Again, dietary fiber, obviously coming from the whole grain portion, calcium, phosphate, phosphorus, vitamin A, which comes from breakfast cereals. So kids and older adults tend to be the highest consumers of breakfast cereals. Yeah, a whole nutritional package there. It's the same thing with adults. And then you see the same thing with older adults. So it's just a reminder that even though all of us need to be consuming more whole grains, there is a substantial amount of nutrition that's coming from the enriched refined grains in your diet. Like I said, hopefully those refined grains aren't cakes and cookies. But if you're eating refined bread, if you're eating refined wheat flour tortillas, you're actually getting a substantial amount of nutrition in your diet. So there is nothing wrong with eating refined products. There are a lot of challenges on the horizon for us, though. Current dietary patterns are ever against us. So we have things like paleo diet, gluten-free, low carb, grain-free, even in pet foods, which is probably not really necessary in pet foods, but there you go. And then the area where I spend the most amount of my time is clean label trends, mainly because I'm working with end users, which typically mean bakeries and food product manufacturers. So clean label trends like no-go or free-from ingredients, non-GMO, organic, these all tend to limit or reduce consumption of grains in the diet. So the reason I spend the most time on clean label trends is because I am working with export markets and they are concerned about these trends. So the first thing to understand about clean labels, there is no legal definition for clean label. It's basically whatever you want it to be. Organic, 20 years ago, did not have a legal definition. At some point, the government finally got around to legislating what organic meant. However, they have not done so for clean label. So as a result, it's different things to different consumer groups, and we'll go through what some of those things are in a minute. So the basic rule here is the consumer defines what clean label is. So clean eating, you see this everywhere nowadays. It really took off in the last 5 years or so. 6 out of 10 consumers feel that clean label claims align with greater healthfulness of the food. And 40% of those consumers are willing to pay more for those clean label food products. And even though there is no scientific link between clean label and taste, 42% of consumers think that clean label products just taste better. Also, the definition of healthy has changed over the last 5 years or so. Healthy is starting to be defined as clean eating, clean label. And the typical clean label consumer is going to skew more female, more millennial, and with a slightly higher income bracket. So let's get down to brass tacks here and get into what consumers are calling clean label. So clean label would be shorter ingredient lists. This is a problem when you start looking at bread products on the supermarket shelf. We have a lot of ingredients in there to keep them fresh and keep them from molding on the shelf. They're looking for pronounceable and or recognizable ingredients. If I said calcium propionate to you, how many people would have a clue what that is? Yeah, that's what I thought. If I said sourdough starter, how many people would know what that meant? Yeah. Basically, sourdough starter contains propionate, which is a mold inhibitor. And so calcium propionate is a purified version of that. So you obviously want to see sourdough starter because you recognize what that is, but calcium propionate, you don't know why that's in there. You don't know what it's doing. There's a group of consumers that are looking for natural versus artificial or GMO. They're looking for claims that say no additives or no preservatives. They're looking for free from, so grain-free, sugar-free, no added sugars, things like that. There's also some movement around country of origin labeling for various reasons. That's both domestically and in the international market as well. The reason that I have this picture of Haagen-Dazs up here is because Haagen-Dazs was one of the first food manufacturers to jump on this clean label trend. They came out with their 5 product about 10 years ago. And the whole marketing bit was that they had only 5 ingredients: milk, cream, sugar, vanilla, and maybe cocoa, something like that. So there were only 5 ingredients. They were very recognizable, very simple for the consumer to understand. That's the typical clean label product that's out there on the market. So let's talk about country of origin labeling. So I went to the Philippines last summer. I'm actually headed there next week. Philippines do have country of origin labeling, and they actually use it in a very positive sense. They like to call out on their bread products especially that they're making their products with American wheat. American wheat has a very good reputation in the export market compared to some place like the Black Sea, for example. And so a lot of our export markets do like to advertise that they are making their products with American wheat. So there are pros and cons to country of origin labeling. In this case, this works very positively for us. So when we start looking at clean label baked goods, it becomes a little bit tricky because we're going to bake those goods up in a bakery. We have to meet certain sanitation standards there, so we're producing a safe product. We have to send it into the distribution channel, though. It's going to take a few days to make it to the supermarket. It might sit on that supermarket shelf for up to a week. You're going to buy it and take it home. It's going to sit in your cupboard for 1 to 2 weeks. We have to keep that product from molding in that time frame. And we also have to keep it somewhat soft enough that you want to use it for toast or use it to make a sandwich, that it's somewhat appetizing to eat. So we do use a lot of food processing aids to kind of help keep those products fresh and to help with their processing. So there are some problematic ingredients in baked goods that I'm going to talk about, and I'm going to talk about what our replacement strategies are. So bromates and this compound called azodicarbonamide, also abbreviated ADA. What these do is they strengthen the gluten in dough. So especially in whole wheat products where you have that bran there that's maybe weakening the gluten a little bit, put in some bromate or some ADA and it helps strengthen the gluten and gives you a little bit nicer looking loaf as a result. I know in Texas, one of the few places still using bromates, ADA has largely been phased out, mainly because of consumer activism. How many of you remember the yoga mat chemical in your Subway bread? Anybody remember that controversy? Oh, wow. So about 10 years ago, the Food Babe put out this announcement to bread consumers everywhere that the yoga mat chemicals in your bread, the food industry is trying to poison you, and she targeted Subway. There was a lot of consumer uproar about this, and as a result, Subway took this ingredient out, even though this ingredient breaks down during baking and there's not a trace left in your bread. It serves a very different function in bread than it does in yoga mats. It is used in yoga mats, not going to deny that. But baking breaks it down. There is no risk to the consumer. However, it does not sound good to have a chemical used in yoga mats being used in your bread as well. So that ingredient has largely been phased out, although you still can find products from time to time that will have that on the label. High fructose corn syrup is another one. There's a lot of debate in the nutrition community. Is high fructose corn syrup metabolized the same way as cane sugar? Nobody seems to know. There are definite opinions on both sides. But at the end of the day, right now, the evidence is leaning towards it's metabolized just like any other sugar, but the debate still rages. We use high fructose corn syrup to help keep products softer. You can use cane sugar too, but it's going to result in a little bit harder product. So calcium propionate, we just talked about. This is a mold inhibitor. It's the same thing that you would find in your sourdough starter. We're just using a purified version of it. So we have a long list of compounds here, SSL, monoglycerides and diglycerides, datum. These are all emulsifiers. So these are all fat-based ingredients. What they're doing is they're going to slow down staling of bread on the shelf to keep that product softer longer. Hydrogenated oils and fats. Again, typically for some kind of reduction of staling, keeping that bread softer longer. L-cysteine is used as a mixing aid to decrease the amount of time you need to mix that dough. There is a little bit of controversy around it because it tends to be, it's an amino acid, and it's actually isolated from the reduction of things like feathers and hair from the slaughter industry. So a lot of vegans take umbrage with L-cysteine because it tends to come from an animal source. Also ascorbic acid. So ascorbic acid is vitamin C. There again, we use that to strengthen gluten, especially in whole wheat products. Consumer groups have some concerns about this because a lot of ascorbic acid is synthesized, and they would prefer that we squeeze the oranges and isolate the vitamin C from the orange juice itself. It would be more natural. And so a lot of the information that's getting put out to consumers contains very sensationalized information that's typically inaccurate, and it has very sensational graphics like this. Contains wheat ingredients. There is no safe level of this ingredient. So while sometimes there may be a kernel of truth in there somewhere, it tends to typically get blown out of proportion and takes on a life of its own. So as a result of consumers asking for these things to be removed from products, what we're seeing are numbers like Papa John's spending over $100 million per year. That's not $100 million as a one-off. That's $100 million per year to remove a lot of these ingredients from their formulas. We're seeing 150 ingredients being removed from Panera Bread's products to try to meet these clean label demands coming from consumers. We're seeing 20% year-over-year increases in release of clean label products to the supermarket. Almost 1,500 new products with GMO-free claims. And you can just see it goes on and on. So this is a major market trend, and users are paying attention to it. So what are we doing to try to meet these clean label demands? So we are replacing bromates in ADA with ascorbic acid. This is an acceptable ingredient to strengthen gluten, and it is vitamin C. It doesn't get much better than that. Instead of high fructose corn syrup, we're starting to formulate with honey and rice syrup and molasses. So providing that same softening effect from the high fructose corn syrup, but a form of sugar that consumers seem to be more comfortable with. So instead of calcium propionate, we're using cultured wheat flour, which is the sourdough starter, for mold inhibition. We're using enzymes instead of emulsifiers to try to keep that staling at bay so that we can keep that bread as soft as possible, as long as possible. We're using palm oil and palm kernel oil instead of hydrogenated oils and fats, which that's its own problem, environmentally speaking. And honestly, looking for vegan sources of cysteine. And who knows what's on the radar next? I'm sure there's another ingredient that will be targeted for clean label later, and we'll need to come up with a replacement strategy. But these are the types of things we're working on at the Wheat Marketing Center so we can continue to make bread products that are acceptable to the consumer while meeting their demands for more transparency and cleaner labels. And so you're going to start seeing a lot of products with these kinds of stamps on them. Certainly, I'm sure people have seen let's see if I can get this laser working here. The whole grain stamp made with real fruit, no nitrates or nitrites. Of course, everybody's seen the non-GMO verified, made with real honey, things like that, just to advertise front of package labeling to indicate to the consumer that this is a more acceptable product. You're seeing products actually name themselves in such a way that implies they have a clean label. So thank goodness this is clean protein. I wouldn't want a dirty protein in my smoothie. And they're giving themselves names like Angelic Bakehouse because it's delicious and nutritious, made with sprouted honey wheat and raisins. So there are lots of ways that companies are trying to get the consumer's attention and compete in the clean label market space. So what do we communicate with our export market besides just these are some strategies for removing these ingredients and getting towards a cleaner label and something that the consumer sees as healthier and more nutritious for them? So the first thing we talk to our export markets about, you need to start with high quality wheat. And you have to be using the correct flour for the product that you're making and the process that you're using to make it. If you're using the wrong flour, it doesn't matter what quality it is. If it's the wrong flour, you're going to be putting more and more additives in, trying to get it to behave the way you need it to behave for your product and process. So start with quality wheat, make sure you've got the right flour for your product, and that will allow you to reduce or replace your problematic ingredients in your formulas. So how are we positioned in terms of quality wheat? I think everybody realizes that in the export market, U.S. wheats are regarded as safe, consistent, and as meeting high quality standards year over year. We hear that consistently from our export market partners. This is in contrast with other exporters who they give you a COA, but the grain on board the ship, the grain on board the vessel may not match that COA. There are very few countries competing on quality. Basically, we're competing with the Canadians and the Australians in that quality market, making that value proposition. And as I can't emphasize enough, you got to start with that high quality wheat, match it to your product and process so that you can get away from those additives. That's all I have for you today. Any questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you, Jane. Appreciate it. That's some great information and some clarity for us. So next, we're going to move into our vendors. If vendors could come up here, and we'll give you a minute to just introduce who you are and briefly talk, and then we'll move into our break from that point. So vendors, come on down.
You better book in this deal.
My name's Bronson Larson. I'm with Northwest Farm Credit Services, just out of our Burley office here. Appreciate the opportunity to come and set up a booth and support things like this. As Farm Credit, we provide financing for full-time, part-time, farm-related businesses. As a entity of the Farm Credit Association, we're limited to just agriculture, so that's what we're committed to. Again, happy to support programs like this. One of our sectors that we have is our young, beginning, and small producers. We try
what you're getting out of this. This really helps us in creating our next events and improving our events. So please, please, please fill this out before you leave so that we can pick it up. All right, so our next speaker that's going to come up here is Margaret Mall. She's from the Idaho Falls Diagnostic Lab. And she'll be talking about available help that they provide to the growers and identifying any issues. Thank you.
All right, I'm trying to figure out the best place to stand. I don't know. Can everybody hear me okay? Okay, so I'm Margaret. I'm one of the diagnosticians in Idaho Falls. And so I'm just gonna talk about the diagnostics labs we have available through the university. So just an introduction to the topics I'm gonna cover. I'm going to just give a brief overview of our locations, the services we're offering, collecting plant and soil samples, accessing our website, and how to submit your samples. So there are actually two labs from the university. There's one located in Parma, and then there's the one that I work at in Idaho Falls. And both of these labs are part of the National Plant Diagnostics Network, which is an organization of diagnostics networks across the country that require specific standards and qualifications to be part of that network. Parma is the hub lab for the university, for the diagnostics network, but the Idaho Falls lab is a sub-branch of that. So we kind of just work in collaboration together. Both of the labs offer a variety of services for a range of hosts. Of course, we do a lot of samples for potatoes and wheat and barley, but we do several other crops as well. And we also offer education and management recommendations for a range of different pathogens, as well as different abiotic stress problems, anything else you may have going on in your fields. So this is just a list of services offered at the Idaho Falls location. I do want to point out that any type of general visual diagnostics services, those are all a free service, but anything beyond that that requires additional lab testing is going to be a minimal fee just to cover any of the lab materials or lab tests. Thank you. Just to kind of offset the cost of our lab materials. I also want to point out that at the Idaho Falls lab, we're going to start offering nematode identification and quantification services through some training that we've recently completed for that. And then this is the list of the Parma services. We do offer some similar services, but they offer some extra things. Their lab has been around a little bit longer and has some different equipment than what we have currently in Idaho Falls. So mostly the big difference is they're offering a lot of molecular testing. So we can still receive samples in the Idaho Falls lab, but if they require or you're wanting molecular testing, then we can send them over to the Parma lab and we all just kind of work together on that. So I want to just touch a little bit on collecting your plant and soil samples. For plant samples, it's best if you don't send samples that are completely dead or rotten. It's really difficult to isolate from those types of samples or even see any of the symptoms. So it's best if it's a sample that's like partially diseased, not completely necrotic. And then if you can collect the entire plant by also digging the roots, that's best, but I know that's not always possible or easy to do, especially if you're shipping those samples. So if you can send some partially diseased tissue and some healthy tissue that we can make a comparison from, then that would work for us too. If you're sending foliage samples, it's best to wrap them in a dry paper towel and put them in a bag. And then for root samples, it's best if we can keep some of the soil around the root system and put that into a plastic bag to send. For soil sample collection, it's best if the samples can be taken pre-planting so that we can analyze the samples and get you some information before making your decisions or give you some management recommendations. We recommend that you take at least 10 cores per sample at a depth of 12 inches. if you can use a soil probe, that's best, but you could also use a hand trowel if you don't have access to a soil probe. And then also if we can have you collect them in a grid pattern, like in the diagram here in the bottom right, kind of like snaking back and forth, that's the best way to go about collecting in the field. So you'll collect all of the cores into a large bucket, and then after, when you finish collecting all the cores, you'll want to homogenize either by hand mixing and like breaking up the clods of the soil, or you can do that with a shovel too. And then from that, you'll take a 1 pound subsample and put that into a Ziploc bag that you'll also label. If you can't send the samples or deliver them immediately, then it's best if you refrigerate them until they can be delivered. So we do have a website that we recently just got up and running. So I just wanted to point that out to everybody. I have the web address listed up here, but you can also find it with a search, with a web search for Idaho Plant Diagnostic Services. And then this is the page you'll see when you first come to the website. You can see on the left-hand side here, there's a tab for the Parma services and a tab for the Idaho Falls services. So if you click on one of those, it'll bring you to a page with a little bit more information. But the main thing I want to point out is the sample submission form. So that if you click on that link, it'll bring you to a Word document and it'll pull up this document. It's a couple of pages. You can either fill this out in Microsoft Word and email it to us, or you can print it out and fill it out by hand, or if you're delivering a sample in person, we do have these available in our office that you could fill out when you bring the sample in. I know that this form looks a little long and there's a lot of information on it. So if you can fill out as much information as possible, we can give you the best diagnosis in a more timely manner. So I know it's kind of long, but if you can get as much information, that really helps us a lot. And then just a little bit about submitting the samples. You can either submit a sample in person, delivering to one of our labs, or you can mail them. If you mail them, it's best if you mail overnight or 2-day shipping, just to protect the integrity of the sample. And if you are going to mail a lab, please let us know either by email or by calling us to let us know so that we are expecting the sample. And if you're unsure about which lab you should send the sample to, or what type of you aren't really sure what type of services you may be wanting for the sample, you can always call us or email us and we can kind of talk you through which lab might be best to handle the particular sample that you have. I also want to point out our email address here, plantdiagnostics@uidaho.edu. This email actually goes to both labs because we're kind of working in collaboration to make sure that we're providing the best services. Everybody from both of the labs will receive this email. So you'll get the best response from, whoever is going to be handling your sample. And then the other thing I want to point out is this phone number. We do have a phone number for texting. I know a lot of us are out in the field taking pictures with our phones. Sorry. And it's a good way to be able to quickly send pictures. You don't have to load them into an email. And a lot of times you can't send several pictures in an email. So this is an available option. I think it's best if you're going to send a sample and you send additional pictures that we can kind of get a broader idea of what's going on in the field. But I just ask if you're going to send pictures to this number to make sure you include your name so that we know who the text is coming from. And with that, I just want to thank the lab members in Idaho Falls as well as Parma. And I have our addresses and our contact information listed here, but we also have these brochures available that we can pass around that has the information, and this is also on our website. And thank you all for listening. If you have any questions.
Two questions. Number one is, how long does it take to get an average turnaround time? And then number two, do you run all your samples in-house, if you have to send some out to other labs once in a while?
Right, so the turnaround time kind of depends on the test being done. For sure, if it's a visual diagnosis, that would be just probably within a couple of days. And some of the other tests too could be done within a couple of days. It kind of just depends on what type of sample you're having done. If it's something that we're isolating in a culture and incubating, that takes some time. So generally, I would say hopefully within a week at the most. It just depends on the test. And then, for the most part, I don't think that we're sending out samples. We have a lot of capabilities between the two different labs, so unless it was something really specialized, but we could. The other really great thing about being with the university is that we have access to a lot of other specialists within the university. So if one of our labs can't handle it, there's a pretty good chance that there's, somebody else doing research on this specific problem that we could contact and get the sample to them for diagnosis. Anything else? Well, thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Margaret. So next, we're going to get to hear from the Idaho Barley Commission, and we'll be hearing from Mike Wilkins.
Good morning, everyone.
You want the video first?
Yes. As you mentioned, I'm Mike Wilkins. I'm from the Iowa Barley Commission. I'm commissioner from District 2, which is in this area. It's Blaine, Camas, Twin Falls, Mendocino, Cashew. We're going to have a short video, and then we'll have a slide presentation, and then we'll have time for questions. So.
Okay, if you just want to hit play.
Which one am I going on?
Yeah, just hit play.
He's got the wrong guy up here.
Idaho is the #1 barley state in the nation at 32% of the nation's barley crop. This last year for 2019, USDA reported that we had 520,000 harvested acres of barley at an average yield of 105 bushels per acre. So that puts us above 54 million bushels of barley for Idaho last year. The reason Idaho is the #1 barley state is because we have the perfect conditions here. We have the right altitude, the right climate, and agronomic conditions to grow consistent, reliable, world-class barley, which is what customers want. We are fortunate that we have the perfect conditions, and we have amazing growers that are working to sustain and build their industry through the barley assessment and through the Idaho Barley Commission. This is exciting news for Idaho because it helps ensure to our customers that Idaho is providing a consistent, reliable supply of barley and will be a solid provider in the market for many years ahead.
With the U.S. Grains Council, not only are they promoting food barley, but they're also promoting feed and malt barley. For me, I think it's the work that the Idaho Barley Commission is doing is it has allowed me another market for my product. I think I've been growing this food barley variety now for close to 10 years. The ability to supply a market that I didn't have 10 years ago, actually make money with it, has been a win-win for me.
The range of projects for the Idaho Barley Commission includes research projects, market development programs, which include hosting trade teams, sending people for outbound trade missions, and also domestic market development. On the domestic side, another initiative that we have partners from growers to contractors to processors and product development companies working together to promote food barley domestically. It's been a great way to introduce people within the industry and watch them network, and also work together to provide better marketing to raise awareness about the health benefits of food barley. We feel that there's a lot of room to grow in the domestic market, and we really appreciate our partners working with us. The Idaho Barley Commission also participates in National Barley Improvement Committee projects, such as representing the industry in Washington, D.C. to provide information about the importance of funding barley research and making decisions about research funding on the national level for barley variety development. We feel that the Idaho growers are very well represented by our grower commissioners who participate in these national organizations and represent their interests. As the nation's leading barley state, it's important for us to have a voice in the national organizations and the decisions that are made that affect the overall barley industry in our country.
I think that every grower should be involved and vocal. We're becoming fewer and fewer, and letting our voices and our opinions be heard is critical to our survival. As the farm becomes further removed from the population, just telling people our story, educating the public as to what we do as American farmers and as barley growers in Idaho becomes more and more important as every day goes by.
IBC, there you go.
So, Ren Hernandez, she's with me here today. She's in the back there. So, she's our office manager. I think this is what happened when you don't get in the video. You have to present. So maybe next year I better get in the video, I guess. The Barley Commission is a self-governing state agency. It was established in 1988. Our barley assessment's 3 cents per hundredweight. Our biggest part of our budget is for research and market development and information education. This is our Barley Commission. In the northern Idaho is Wes Hubbard. He's up Bonners Ferry. Then I'm in the south western side here. And then Scott Brown's from Soda Springs. And then we also have an industry rep, and it's Jason Booth from Miller Coors. He just was joined us last June, so he hasn't even been on a year. I've been on for a little bit over a year. Wes was just appointed for his second. Will be running his term, his 2 3-year terms in June. These are really the people that run it. Laura Wilder, she's our executive director. And then Ren is our office manager. And these two, they do a great amount of work for us in the barley. So our funding of the research, we fund 15 research projects in the Aberdeen Barley Breeding Program. We also fund a barley endowment position. And currently this is there's nobody in there. It was Chris Rogers, and he left us about this time last year. They're interviewing right now. And so they've got 18 applicants, and we hope to have a new hire by summer to replace him. This is market development. That's through the U.S. Grains Council. And that each one of us on the Barley Commission going to have our own committees that we serve on. And this is Scott, and Wes does this too a lot. And so they spend a lot of time on this. That's he hosts the Korean food barley seminar, and then an Asian team too. This is just a tour that they had. So far this year, we've had the Mexico malt barley team, Chinese malt barley team, Japanese food barley team, the Korean TV crew. Here they're having an interview with Laura. The domestic market development, our biggest focus is on food barley, and then some on the craft beer. I'm sure you hear a lot about it now on food barley. It's become a pretty big deal out there, especially in Japan. And so we're promoting that quite heavily. So the food barley is heart healthy, low glycemic index, high fiber, whole grain, and it promotes gut health. So once a week, they publish a market report. And so if you're not receiving this, it's quite informative. There's prices and it keeps you up on date on like certain things like this, like your sheriff's school, get that information. So you can just go to the website there and sign up, and then you can receive these once a week. That's pretty much it. Is there any questions? I know you guys want to go lunch, so. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mike. That's great to hear from the Barley Commission. You guys getting set up? Good to go. Okay. Man, good joke, I guess. I could tell a joke, but it's semi-inappropriate, so I don't know if I will. So some of you laughed at that one, but so the Lance team, Lance Ellis and Lance Hansen, will be talking about farm stress management, and this is really important, a really important topic, I feel, for us as growers. That there's a lot of things to juggle, and it becomes difficult. And what are some appropriate outlets for our stress and preventing suicide? You probably don't have to think for very long to think about someone that you know or acquainted with or family that has dealt with something like this individually. So
can we work on your focus a little bit there and clear it up? If possible.
So they're going to be talking about this, and I look forward to hearing about some of available management and tools to us.
That's good. That's very clear. Thank you. All right. Thank you so much. I appreciate you giving us a moment. I'm Lance Ellis. I'm with the University of Idaho Extension in Fremont County. This is Lance Hansen. He's the extension educator in Madison County, so we're in neighboring counties. And so we're going to be talking this morning about, as it says up on the screen, weathering the storm and cultivating a productive mindset. We don't want this to be a depressing presentation, nor a downer, nor anything heavy like that. But we also like to have an honest discussion. And it's when you can have those honest discussions that you can actually make progress, learn something, and be able to possibly help yourself or help someone who may be in need. Because this is a reality. And what's happening is suicide rates are going up. That's just a reality of the world we're living in, as well as the amount of stress that is going on within a farm, within the farm world, and the agricultural setting as a whole. So anyway, we're going to start out with a little activity here. We have our two wonderful cohorts in crime, Jason Thomas and Justin Hatch. And we're going to talk about the different stresses that happen in farming and what that kind of looks like. Lance.
So I handed out some of these emoji balls. So if you have one, grab that. And if you have one, hold it up real quick and just tell me just yell it out. What kind of stress do you have? What does that represent to you? Medical, mortgage, scared, financial. What other kind of stress did you guys deal with? Weather. Car, weather. So we said weather. Any others? Yeah. Socializing. Well, don't read the ones on there. These are for several different things. Socializing can be stressful. You know, some of you guys are married. That can be stressful. Some of you aren't married. That's stressful too. Your mom's like, I want grandbabies. All right. You guys, okay. So, and you guys. Okay. So Jason and Justin, come right over here. Stand in front of this door. So if you got one of these emoji balls, you need to stand up. We're gonna, on the count of 3, we're gonna throw them all at the same time to these guys. We're gonna see how many stresses they can catch. Okay? You guys all ready? Where do we throw them? These 2 guys. We're gonna see how much they can. And Justin's like, yeah, I got this. I got my hands in my pocket. Right? Okay. It's all right. You don't care. Just if you're in that bounce back zone, you know, just watch your head. I don't know. Okay. On 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay. How many did you guys catch? One. Okay.
Can we get a throw back now?
No, be nice, Justin. No. But yeah, so you see right there, stress. I mean, how much can you handle? They each got 1. Okay.
All right, so that's kind of our start off here, just to give you an idea that stress doesn't happen as we want it to happen. It just happens, and a lot of times it can hit you all at once. And you know, they did catch 1, which is better than none. But when you stop and think about all of that happening at once, did you see how they were literally like almost in a fetal position, going like that, like ooh? Well, guess what? That same thing happens to you when stress hits you all at once. You almost want to crawl up in the fetal position and say, that's enough. So here's our situation. Here's the reality of life. We use this slide and that picture because that is, I don't do that lightly. That is, I think, probably the most stressful occupation right there is working with cows, especially dairy cattle. But it's a very stressful occupation in so many different ways. As all of you have already signified with all of your different comments of whether it's equipment breaking down, financial stress, the bank's going to be coming and saying, hey, pay the bill. All of these things add up. So let's define this just for a moment here. What is that stress? It's different for different people. Some people don't really worry too much about, you know, relationships and different things like that. Other people, it's all about the money. I think for most of us, it really does kind of boil down to the money, for most of us. But when it comes down to it, how do you know when you're getting to that point where you're saying, hey, it's not a healthy stress, this is becoming an unhealthy stress? And there are certain signs and certain signals, physical, emotional, and mental. So here are some of these signs, and your body can tell you a lot of things. If you're having consistent headaches, a lot of people will internalize a lot of their stress. So guess what? It goes in their stomach. You have a stomach ache. Backache, high blood pressure, high blood sugar, racing heart, nausea. You know, some of you may say, hey, that's a day-to-day process.
Well, we're not talking the fact that you're out of shape, okay? You know, I have a backache from shoveling snow, and I get down here, and I'm like, holy cow.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know why that went.
Okay.
There it goes. Okay. All right. So back to this whole aspect. That's your body talking. Now let's look at your mind and what you're really thinking. What's going on inside of your mind? Are you preoccupied all the time? What's going to happen? That anxious, that anxiety. I don't know. And, you know, for a person who may be the breadwinner in the household, and also from a male's mentality, especially, I would say, not to sound sexist or anything, but from a man's mentality, because you're generally the one who's responsible, or at least you perceive that in your mind, that you're responsible for this family, for this farm that may have been in your family for 5 or 6 generations, and it's all resting now on your shoulders. Don't get depressed by me saying that out loud. But a lot of times it's an unspoken, okay? It's a reality. So we feel these things in our minds. If you notice that you're angry, it's literally internally you're exuding this anger, and it's generally because there's a stressful situation going on in some way. Sadness, bitterness, depression, hopelessness. When you look at a commodity market report, if you own cows, like right now, if you own cows, you kind of feel hopeless.
That's the way he's feeling right now.
Okay, I feel hopeless. I do. I really do. So when I look at this, how are we responding? Those actions. Okay, a lot of times people are very sleepless. Okay, they're just rolling around. You're worried. Sleeping too much. You don't wake up in the morning. You kind of just want to lay there in bed and say, I just don't want to face the day. Another example, sorry, Lance, I'm gonna, you're getting over through.
Breathe through my head.
Is you don't eat, you skip out on meals, or you're overeating. It's the excessive or the underdoing of one of those actions. Increased use of cigarettes, drugs, alcohol. I didn't know about this one the other day, but we were teaching this in a poker. Give your mind something else to think about. Breaking, that expression of anger, yelling, screaming, or being withdrawn, the opposite of withdrawing socially from those around you. And these are all signs that things are not right. Whether you're noticing that in yourself or you're noticing that in other people, okay, who are around you. And hopefully, if you're seeing that in yourself, you can be able to start to do something about it. But if you're noticing that in someone else, hopefully you can be able to take away from this presentation today that it's to start that conversation and say, how are you?
So let's go back to this emoji ball situation here. So let's just say, you know, Justin and Jason are over here. We have everyone from this side standing right next to them. How many more of those balls could they have caught? You know, we do have people to lean on. We have family, we have friends, we have neighbors. That's an important part of that, is that support system. You gotta have that support system to make sure that you're not trying to catch everything that's flying at you, because you can't. And a lot of people feel like, I'm the only one that can do this. You don't have to shoulder that burden by yourself.
I just hit the wrong button.
Okay. All right. So let's talk just for a moment here about an understanding what our major stresses are. So I want you to look at weather. Obviously, it's beyond our control. And earlier this fall in October, we had an incredible freeze that hit Fremont, Madison County, especially. And obviously, there was an incredible amount of stress going on in those counties, people trying to get their spuds out of the ground. Another one is large debt loads. And this can happen to anybody who, if you're maybe a young farmer, maybe in your 30s, or you're an older farmer in your 80s, who is not going to give up. And I'm not telling you to give up. But a lot of times that when the bank comes down on you and says, we're calling the note, sorry, we just can't keep this up anymore, you may want to keep doing it. Guess what that does to the person mentally? You can only imagine. Or if it's happened to you, you know how that feels. That incredible amount of loss that could happen. Government regulations, not to bash on the government, but there are a lot of paperwork and regulations that are involved in farming. They're just hard. Machinery breakdown, that's more than a breakdown. That's bad. But that would kind of ruin your day. High interest rates, they fluctuate. Hopefully you don't have a too much fluctuation in your adjustable lending rate. Crop yield, obviously that's our bottom line right there. And if our crop yield is just down, there's just no way to make more money out of it. You can try everything you can. Sometimes it'll help a little bit. But all of these things add up. Livestock illness, commodity prices in the end, and disagreements with family members. Family farms are a great source of disagreement because you got a lot of people who are very passionate about what you're doing. And they really care. And when people really care and they have strong personalities, then disagreements just happen. That's just what happens. So let's talk about effective coping strategies. This is what's in your toolbox, okay? What resources do you have at your disposal to be able to handle all of these different stresses, okay? Lance, you want to take that one? You got it. Sorry.
Could be the next slide there.
Yeah.
Okay, some key points. Think about the ways you manage stress. So I have two buddies that I grew up with. We go fishing. Fishing all the time. It's one of the things I do to cope with my stress. Does anybody else have any other things that you're not seeing on here? What do you do with your stress? What do you do about stress?
Mountain biking.
Mountain biking. Having hobbies, having different things to do, having some way to cope with it. Sitting at home, withdrawing yourselves, curling up in your sock drawer, hoping it all goes away doesn't fix anything. Okay, I like watching movies too. Okay, so think about, what strategies, what you're doing, brainstorm, figure out what works for you. Golly, I have a brother that says, I like doing yoga. Okay, well, I'm not quite there yet. I probably should, but I'm not going to. Okay, but learning what you can do, what options are available to you, and how simple it is. Slide there. Okay. Okay, I'll let you talk.
Thank you. So back to this whole point of here's 3 strategies, okay? This is from Michigan State University. They've done a huge amount of research, especially on farmers, because we have what they call the agrarian imperative, where you as a farmer feel that ownership of that land is as critical, and this is really sad to say in some ways, but it's just as critical as and important to you as having a child. And for some farmers, the loss of their farms is the equivalent in grief-wise to the loss of a child. Okay? And if you're a son or a daughter who's had a dad who's a farmer, and he's been more concerned about the farm than he has been about you, and you felt that way, then that kind of gives you a perspective right there. But let's talk about this stress and understanding why. So we care. Obviously, we care a lot. But one of the things, before you ever slide down, as we call that rabbit hole, and you fall down the rabbit hole of going into a dark place, and feeling like you're hopeless, feeling like this is not going well, and it's kind of a long-term thing, and it doesn't happen overnight. But one of the biggest things you can do is start to talk to yourself and say, what am I saying to myself all the time? Am I saying, hey, these prices aren't going up. Hey, these prices aren't going up. And they probably aren't. But let's talk about what I can say to myself. And you really do, whatever you are saying to yourself, true or false, is what you're going to believe.
And you're paying attention to it. You're saying in your head, you're hearing it. And it's going to affect you.
So, how do we respond? What do we say to ourselves, okay? Can we control this? Can we manage it? Are we avoiding it? How are we responding? There's all these different ways that we respond. But the best thing to do is pick, just start out by saying 3 words, okay? And everybody may call it a mantra or whatever. So the body hears, as it says, what the mind thinks. So choose your thoughts with purpose. Tell yourself that you can overcome any challenge. So try choosing 3 words to tell your mind, you have to be you, to help maintain the mindset you want. So in this one, this person chose calm, capable, and controlled. For each person, it's completely different. For me, it's going to be, I'm going to focus in on enjoying it. Whatever I'm doing, I'm going to just enjoy it, no matter how crappy the job is. This past weekend, I was out cleaning my dad's calving barn, and I kept on thinking, enjoy it. I can't breathe because it's so stinky, and it's killing my back. Enjoy it. But I had my 13-year-old son with me, and honestly, misery loves company. And he was my company. And it literally helped. It literally took that job of, killing my back, and tons of the ammonia smell comes up when you clean the barn, of saying, hey, this isn't that bad. It could be worse, okay? And that's another one of my words. It could be worse. Could be worse.
So when I think about this, Saturday Night Live, Stuart Smalley, anybody remember that? Self-affirmation, I'm smart enough, I'm good enough to talk about people like me. That's what you're doing, just picking something that, or a Happy Gilmore, get to your happy place, right? So you're not throwing golf clubs and doing stupid things, right? Or trying to stab somebody with your ice skate, right? So just find something that makes you happy to get you out of that negative spiral that's heading to a dark place.
We're talking about that one.
Okay. Another thing too, just take a deep breath. Sometimes we just need to stop and take a deep breath. So I have I guess they're 12 now. I have these twin daughters, and oh man, this preteen thing. I'm talking about stress, but they get hurt and they just and they just hyperventilate. They can't breathe, and it's just like sometimes in that moment where things are just starting to spiral downward, stop, take a deep breath. Get some oxygen to your brain. Get out of that funk, and it'll help you out. Wherever it is, take some time to breathe. I mean, if you take a deep breath right now, you can feel a difference. I was talking to somebody about, prepare an environment where you feel good. Okay, so I'm from Rupert, grew up at, my dad was Arthur Hanson, had the mortuaries here. So I remember when I was young, we'd have our school classes come in, we talk about it. If you go into a mortuary, there's always music playing. And if you're in there and they turn off that music, you can feel just a change. So you have to have an environment where you can feel that change. Okay? I'm not saying go to a mortuary, not a place you want to be, right? But prepare a place where you're safe. If it's your truck, if it's your tractor, find some place you like to go and take a deep breath.
So following with that, obviously talking to yourself, what you're saying to yourself, how you're approaching things, your deep breath. And I really think that for me, the biggest thing is just taking a moment, stepping back before I make a decision, before I react, before I get overwhelmed, because that's a feeling that can happen. Before any of that happens, just to step back and take myself back out of the situation, just kind of look at it and take a deep breath, so to speak. But give myself a moment or a few minutes or maybe 24 hours or whatever you want to call it before I make a decision and just make a reaction, okay? Because then we can actually make the best decision possible without having emotions cloud our judgment or having, too many emotions cloud the judgment. And lastly is acceptance. And I love this. I mean, if you don't like something, change it. If you can't change it, change the way you think about it, okay? And being able to know the difference, you've heard that saying of knowing the difference, that's actually incredibly powerful. So I love this. You can choose to change your attitude. You can change how you choose to handle the situation, okay? Because we may be in situations where we don't have a lot of opportunity to change it. We're just in it. And being able to say, okay, this is the way it is. And accepting that is many times extremely hard. Like almost impossible. Because we're so set and we're holding on with everything in our power. And that's why, and this is one of the things, as a farmer, it's your stubbornness, it's the fact that you're not going to give up, it's the fact you're going to keep fighting on, you're going to keep getting up super early in the morning and busting your rear end every single day. It's that personality trait, it's that ability, it's the work ethic, it's all of those things that grates right against this. Accepting what you can't change. And that causes an incredible amount of stress. But it's because of that personality trait that you are successful in the hardest industry, really, that there is. People aren't jumping into the farming industry. People are not jumping into being a farmer and saying, oh, I want to go milk cows at 5 o'clock in the morning, and then I want to clean up manure, and then I want to go cut hay, and then I want to go and do it all over again tomorrow, and the next day, the next day, the next day. Nobody's jumping onto that bandwagon. They're jumping off. But only those who are literally have an incredible work ethic and have this incredible stubbornness to say, I'm going to do it no matter how bad life sucks, because it does, this is where we have a problem. Because sometimes there are things that are beyond our control and we can't accept it, and we're struggling with it, and it causes us to go to a place where we don't want to be. You don't talk like this.
Well, we talked a little bit about this with the emoji ball thing. Yes, the biggest thing is how do you get help? You ask for it. How do you accept that you need help? Well, you can't control that sometimes. Sometimes you need help. So we talked about Eastern Idaho and potatoes. I was at a watershed, some committee thing they had there. One of the guys there was talking about how everyone pitched in to help his potatoes out of the ground. Sometimes we just go help people because we can. And if they don't like it, well, they can deal with it later, right? But we help out people. We do what we can to help each other. And you find out who your support group is, and you find out who your friends really are when people come help you. Okay, so go to this next slide. So I was in church actually last Sunday. A young man got up and talked about how his friend committed suicide and how he was struggling with it. So this is a real thing. Let me think here. So raise your hand if you haven't had somebody that you know, a friend, immediate family member, or relative that hasn't completed suicide.
Have not.
Have not. I don't see any hands up. So this is a real problem. And it's an everyday thing. And it's a growing thing that's happening not only in agriculture, but with their younger generation. Said this young man struggling with his buddy who committed suicide. And this is in Rigby, Idaho, where I live, you know, small town. So it's happening everywhere.
So one of the ways, if you notice that something's happening, and everybody wonders this, how do I respond? Because obviously you may think, okay, am I calling them crazy by asking that question? Are they going to be offended if I ask that question? Okay. Well, does it really matter? No, it doesn't really matter. You may lose a friend, or somebody may be offended, but really what matters is that you asked because you noticed that there might be a need. The big question everybody says is, if I ask the question, am I now planting the idea? That's not true. It's been proven 100% to be false. Asking the question, are you thinking about committing suicide? And just asking that blatantly. It's a pretty strong question to ask somebody. But you know what? It's not planting the idea, and if anything, if they say no, you've asked it, you put it out there, okay? Because there's a lot of shame that is attached to suicide. People are ashamed of it, they're embarrassed about it, they want to keep it to themselves. This is where you come in as that friend who notices that things are not well, and you say, hey, something's not right. Are you thinking about suicide? And to just open it. And it may shock them for a second, but if they're honest with themselves and if they are struggling with it and they say, yeah, then what happens? You want to, that whole thing of, oh crap, no, I asked the question, they said yes. Now, what the heck do I do? Number one, don't leave them alone. Give it at that moment. And call for help, take them to a healthcare provider. In Eastern Idaho, there's a behavioral health center. It's right next to Idaho Falls, to Ermac in Idaho Falls. And you just say, let's go. Nobody's gonna know. It's okay. And they're not gonna put you in a straitjacket. I'm gonna put you in a padded walls, okay? If they're having fears, because they will, people do, absolutely. But if they're in a dark place, being able to say, we're gonna go, and to be there with them, don't leave them alone in that dark place, okay? That's one. Also, there is a National Suicide Prevention Hotline. And that may sound, call a hotline, it may sound a little flippant, but in reality, that hotline has people there who know how to listen, who can understand, and are not going to judge, okay, if they're concerned about being judged or anything like that, but instead that they can actually have someone who can talk to them. And an expert to help them walk back out of this and start that road to saying, okay, things are not as dark as what they used to be. So keep this in mind. There's a ton of other resources, incredible amount of resources online, as well as organizations that are out there trying to help people, give you those hands up that you need, okay? And if you want any additional resources, you can call me. I'm at the Fremont County Extension Office. Just Google Fremont County Extension Office and it'll pop up with my number. Or Madison County Extension Office with Lance Hanson. And we can give you all of this list of resources. They're all widely available. If you want to just skip the middleman, call us. Happy to share with you. Okay? Lance, was there anything you wanted to share?
Well, just to finish off, are there any questions, comments? But it's important to, sometimes take a self-evaluation. Take a close look at your friends, family members, colleagues, and evaluate how are they doing. And talk to them. Help each other out. That's what we do. That's one of the greatest things about Idaho is we help each other out. All right.
All right. If there's any other questions, like I said, you can reach out to us, send us an email, give me a phone call, give Lance a phone call. We're happy to help. It's a real thing. And there's lots of reasons why people don't reach out because of the fear of somebody saying yes, or the fear of being judged, or the fear of seeming like they're weak. There's lots of reasons, but don't let those reasons get in the way of either seeking help yourself or trying to help somebody else, okay? There is no second chance when somebody has committed suicide and completed suicide. There is no second chance at that point. So it's better to just ask. It's better to do something. Anyway, thank you. Appreciate you giving us
About insects. He's an entomologist for University of Idaho. He used to be in Aberdeen, but now he's up on campus up in Moscow. So give the time over to Rash.
Thank you. So before I start the talk, I was just hoping that it would be during the lunchtime, so you would have the best talk of the day. But because it's after lunch, it's a good time to take a nap. So this is still going to be a good talk then. Thank you, Grant, for your introduction. I'm Arash Rashid. I just reintroduced myself because I presented here for the past couple of years, but I grew my hair a little longer, so you might not recognize me. So just wanted to give you a little bit of a reminder before getting to the talk into the rest of the slides. So I'm going to be talking about three different pests, and the reason that I picked those three pests is that, first of all, two of them are across Idaho. So we have them in northern counties, in south central counties, and southeastern counties. And Haitian flies, even though it's only focused primarily on the northern counties in Idaho, we had a pocket of Haitian flies in Nampa in 2015, and it's time to actually take this pest seriously as well. And when it comes to aphids, we have a new species of aphid that is expanding its range. So I wanted to talk a little bit about that as well. So I'm going to start with aphids. In previous years, when I was talking about aphids, I was primarily focused on Barley-Ehrendorf virus, which is transmitted by cereal aphids. I'm sure that you remember what we talked about. One of the main topics that we focused on was actually looking at alternative hosts, foxtail barley, foxtail, downy brome. These are some of the examples that we tested in our experiments. And we also included corn because we had expansion in corn acreage in our area here. So it was we were curious to see if it's actually impacting the outbreaks of Barley-Ehrendorf virus, which we had for several years. Luckily, we haven't had that issue recently. But we show that all these hosts, they can actually host both virus and the aphid. Last year, I presented the results for the virus. We showed that if the aphids are infected, they can feed on those plants, make those plants infected, virus stays in the plant, and then aphids can pick them up, and then transmit them into winter wheat. So we talked about it, and the conclusion that we had is to control weeds as much as you can. Have you been controlling the weeds? You already start taking a nap? I'm sure you have. It's not easy to control weeds. It's easy for me to say, but I never control my weeds in the pasture. So anyway, control weeds, delay planting, and use seed treatment. These are the tricks that we had for Barley-Ehrendorf virus. So hopefully you can reduce the incidence of the disease in the field. But as I said, this year I'm going to focus on aphids. This is a close-up of a Burchardiote aphid. Characteristic of this aphid is that kind of reddish coloration here. You cannot see this on the slide, but I can see it very well on the screen. One of the things, the only topic that we added on the virus this year was that we wanted to see some of those, most of the weeds that we worked on were annuals. One of them was a perennial, foxtail barley. So we wanted to see if it's a perennial, if the aphids feed on it the year before, would this virus survive in this plant until next year when the aphids reappear again and can pick it up or not? So those were the questions. And we infested those foxtail barley in the field, in cages. We went there next year, tested those foxtail barley, those tested positive, so they can actually be an wintering host for the barley yellow virus. So that's something that I wanted to add in relation to virus, and it's important to keep an eye on those. And likely there are other perennials that have the same role, so we should do more studies on that. But this year we wanted to see if those aphids actually can survive on these host plants that I just mentioned, if they can reproduce on those host plants, and how they would respond to some of the stress factors that we have in our environment. For instance, drought is one of the examples that we looked at it this year. So I'm just going to give you a little snapshot of what we found. Foxtail barley and downy brome were good hosts for the aphid, if not better, when it compares to wheat. So all these three were important. Foxtail barley is something that aphids did not like. They didn't go to it when we gave them the choice. I didn't present that results here, but when we forced them to feed on foxtail barley, we had very high mortality. More than 70% of the aphids died on that host plant. But the interesting thing is that when we were looking at the number of nymphs that were reproduced, that they produce on these different host plants, it was affected by the environmental condition. The white bars are the ones that when we had the optimal condition. You can see green foxtail still was not a good host. Aphids did not reproduce. As I said, most of them died on this plant. But when you give plants a stress and expose them to these aphids, the scenario is a little different. So aphids start to like green foxtail more. They start to reproduce on it a little more. So it shows that when conditions change, the role of these weeds in the environment also change. So that's something that we have been focusing on. We are not stopping studies when we are seeing these differences just to give reports. We also want to see why these effects are appearing in our experiments. We are looking at proteins, for instance, and sugars, changes in proteins and sugars, or amino acids, I should say, and sugars in a host plant. So hopefully we're going to have an update on that in upcoming years. We have been keeping an eye on aphid populations across Idaho. Some of the aphids that we are finding most commonly in the fields, we have Russian wheat aphids in some pockets, couple of spots. Largely English grain aphid, green bug, we had them. Berkshire aphid is very common. The top one that I didn't write is actually the cornleaf aphid that we had in Rockland last year, I think, and rose grain aphid or rose grass aphid, depending on how you want to call it. And one of the questions that we get is, what is a threshold for these aphids? We really don't have a threshold. If you look at these different references from different regions, you see that they're citing different numbers for you when to manage these pests. And I was looking around and I came across this website in Alberta, and I think this would give a good representation, at least as close as it gets to what I think is going to be right. So if you want to go there, look it up, thresholds, alberta.ca. Green bug is one of the aphids that feed on the plants and injects toxins, so causes a lot of damage. In addition to direct feeding effect, the threshold for this is lower. It's similar to Russian wheat aphid. And for that also, we would have lower threshold for the aphids. And just keep in mind that the thresholds are different at different stages of development. Pretty much after heading, you won't need to treat, usually you won't need to treat aphids. The only time that you would need to worry about those is that when you think the honeydew that they're producing is going to interfere with the harvest when you're combining the crop. And as I said, similar to the green bug, Russian wheat aphid, also the threshold is relatively low. It could be as low as 5 per tiller pre-booting stage. And this information is from UCIPM. But the reason that I put Russian wheat aphid on a separate slide is that I wanted to have your attention for this new species that we are finding, Metaplopium festucicerialium. I want to call it MFC from now on. This insect is invasive, and we have been keeping an eye on it, and it also injects plant with toxin. So similar to Russian wheat aphid, similar to greenbug. That's why it's of particular importance to us. Last year, or maybe in one of the talks that I had, I mentioned the fact that we found it in eastern Idaho in one spot. And I have to mention that the study was started by Dr. Eigenbrod in around Moscow area. So we started collaborating with Dr. Eigenbrod, and we started sampling south central and southeastern counties in Idaho, and we found one here, and we can also had another spot in South Central, but if you actually go to the 2019, we found quite a few. So we had 1, 2, 3 spots, and then Central Idaho, we had 2 spots of Metaplo or MFC. So that they're expanding their range. We're seeing them more and more. So this is one of those things that we need to keep an eye on. So the questions that we're interested to know is related to their extent. How widely distributed the species now is going to be or is becoming. Are they a vector for viruses that we are concerned about? For example, Barley-Ehrdorf virus. How is their damage? Is it similar to Russian wheat aphid? And we're looking at the proteins that they have or they inject the plants with as they feed on the plant. And we are particularly interested in barley because especially for malting barley, that's when slight changes in quality could affect the malting quality of the barley that we're selling. So none of us would want to taste MFC in the beer, right? Right? Okay, good. So some of these questions are important. How to manage aphids? We want to make sure that we keep the natural enemies in the environment. The saying is that if you kill natural enemies by spraying insecticides, you're actually inheriting their job. So you got to do their work. So you want to keep them alive, and we have a lot of those parasitoid wasps around that take care of the aphids. So we want to keep those. Get rid of volunteers, get rid of grassy weeds that we have around fields, especially wheat and barley fields. Don't plant near infested fields if you can. I know that's not the case in a lot of situations. Insecticides, as I said, they're rarely recommended, especially in our area. Aphids usually increase their numbers towards the end of the season when plants already heading, at least based on the fields that I've been seeing. So usually we don't need to spray at that time. Seed treatments can do a job, but as I said, early infestations are not that common. And foliar insecticides, usually they are not also recommended. And I try to avoid foliar insecticides because they would get rid of the natural enemies, and you may have an outbreak of the aphid as a result. So keep that always in mind, and spray when it's needed. The next pest that I'm going to talk about is wireworms. If you're not familiar with it, a lot of us are affected by wireworm presence. They feed at the base of the plant. They could hit the seed. The seed would never emerge. Big patches of missing plants is one of the typical symptoms that are as a result of wireworm feeding. You've probably seen that around. If I'm working with you, we have a survey that is going on across Idaho, and we are working with a lot of you to get general information about the species. And I'm going to present those data here as well. They're the larval stage of click beetles, and this is a click beetle. If you put the click beetle on its back, it will make this click sound, correct itself, and walks away. They live for a few months up to a year. They will lay their eggs, the eggs hatch, and the wireworm can stay in soil for several years, up to 5 years, some species up to 10 years. And the length of the time that they stay in soil depends on the environmental condition as well. And they form this pupal stage a couple of weeks, and then they would emerge as adults as well. The emergence time for the adults is usually in April and May time, probably early April in this area to early May would be the time that you would expect to see click beetles. As I said, we've been looking at the population of wireworms over the years for the past several years. Most of the population that we collected across Idaho, they were sugar beet wireworm, or the scientific name is Lemonius californicus. As you can see, it's more than 75% of the species. And the second common species was the same. It's the same genus. It's Lemonius, but the species is different. It's called Western field wireworm that we have been collecting. And that's one of actually, these two species are the same species that we have in the Pacific Northwest. In Washington, they have way more Lemonius infuscatus than Idaho, but they're both the predominant species in the region. Now, knowing these different species makes a difference, and we're trying to identify what are these proportions, what fields, what kind of species are living in what conditions, and in order to have some ideas or better idea about how to manage these pests. And they have different ecologies, they have different phenology, which means that they come out and they become active at different times throughout the season. Species like sugar beet wireworm or Lemonius californicus is active throughout the season. Early in the spring, they start their activity. In this area, we caught them in our traps in late March, and they're active until fall. You can collect them in traps. Or, you know, they're most active during May and June time, I would say, or between April and June, early June. But their activity is like all throughout the season. But some of the species like Oleus mililis, they just appear towards the end of the season or later into the season. What does it mean is that, for instance, if you want to apply seed treatments, it's not going to work against this species because their activity time is not there in the season. But if you apply it against sugar beet wireworm, there is a good chance that you get some protection. But the fact that they're active throughout the season, they can still cause damage as time goes. So these are the information that you could learn from that survey, or information about the species and their ecology. Now, can you tell me the difference between these two species by looking at it? No one can, right? I hope that no one can, because it's just a cut and paste. But in reality is that they're exactly the same. So if you look at them, they're exactly the same. What makes a difference is that this is a wireworm. We pick it up, we look at it under a microscope, this last segment of the abdomen, and there are these two caudal notches out here. If it's a sugar beet wireworm, this little dent here is pointing outwards. If it's a Western field wireworm, it's pointing inwards. It's like a hook. See how busy we are? All right. And knowing the species, again, makes a difference. So here's just an example. These look so similar. And I pointed at the only difference that these two species have, and see how these two are responding to the stress in the environment. So we had a well-stressed condition. You could see Lemonius californicus, or sugar beet wireworm, is causing significant damage to wheat seedlings here. And Lemonius californicus damage is significantly lower. But when you give the plant, when you expose them to stress, so don't water the plants, and the soil is dry, you can see that there is significantly high rate of damage by Lemonius. So they respond to these changes in the environment completely differently. It's just to highlight how important it is to understand different species. Now, we're having different projects, and one thing that I forgot to list here, we are doing a lot of work with pheromones now. We are successfully collecting wireworms in pheromones, or quick needles in pheromones. Some of these projects I'm not going to be talking about. I'm going to give you the progress that we had on especially crop rotation and natural enemies in the environment in the next few slides. You probably remember this photo. These are nematodes inside a wireworm that you're feeding on a wireworm. This is a wireworm that is infested with nematodes, and nematodes are actually coming out of the body after the infestation. This is a wireworm that is infected with the fungus, entomopathogenic fungus. So these natural enemies that we have in the soil, that they live in the soil, they could cause considerable mortality to wireworms. What we found last year, and what I mentioned about, what I talked about last year, was the effect of soil type on the efficacy of these entomopathogenic organisms. If you had a sandy soil, entomopathogenic nematodes did better, probably because of the better movement that they would have. When you had a soil with higher pit moss or plant material in it, the entomopathogenic fungus is significantly better. And the protection that we could get in the greenhouse, we didn't test this in the field, was almost as high as seed treatments that we had. So to select what type of biological control you want to use, you need to know the soil type, and you need to go based on that. That was the summary that we found. And overall, pathogenic fungi, they seem to be more effective than nematodes themselves. We continued our work with field collecting nematodes. So we're looking at taking soil samples. For you guys that are working with you, you know that we come every now and then, take a soil sample and go and test it. So we collect these natural enemies that are in the soil, and we wanted to see how they would impact the wireworm populations. And you can see that in both, these are examples that we tested actually officially in an experimental study that we want to publish. Two of the fields that we sampled, they both had nematodes. One of them significantly better performance than a commercial that you can buy from the market. So what you already have in the soil there is adapted to the environment, has been feeding on those or parasitizing those wireworms is going to do significantly better than what you can actually buy. So our idea is probably to go and recover those, increase the numbers, and introduce them back into the field to see how they're going to perform. But the bottom line is that local nematodes, local natural enemies are doing much better than what we have available commercially. The other topic that I introduced last year was about rotation. And when you actually rotate with a broadleaf, again, another reminder that barley, wheat is not a rotation. You're talking about wheat, barley, and with a broadleaf crop. And here, winter peat was something that we added to this experiment. So we treated infrared treatment of capture. You're familiar with capture probably. We apply it to peas. We can apply capture to peas. We reduce the population, we planted wheat, and we showed that you would have a significantly better crop after that because the wireworm population is going to be lower. Those chemicals actually kill the wireworm, and that's how it affects, unlike neonicotinoid seed treatments that just make the wireworm sick a little bit, and they would go back, dive back in the soil, deeper in the soil, and they come back and cause damage. And I said that we are doing field experiments. It was a collaborative work between Washington State University and University of Idaho. We did the greenhouse portion and they did the field portion. We finally got the results. As you can see, similar pattern. We couldn't quite get the significant difference in numbers, like statistically. It was 0.06. If it's 0.05, that's what we would like to see. So we are almost one sneeze away, to get that was a joke, to get a significant difference. So it's working. If you can rotate with peas and then apply chemical that reduces the population, if you follow with wheat, the wheat is going to get a good protection, even better protection if you're applying seed treatments afterwards. Other reminders that we talked about in past years and apply to management of wireworms is that we found if you have sandy soil, you would have higher rate of damage. They really like sandy soil, or I shouldn't say they like sandy soil. Maybe the reason that they cause more damage is that the water runs through sandy soil quicker, and in seek of water, they probably hit plants more frequently in a sandy soil. The other thing that we found was barley in general is more tolerant of wireworm damage. So the losses that you expect to see in barley is going to be less than what you see in wheat. And this actually has been confirmed with a recent study that our collaborators in Washington, they did, and they showed that if you apply seed treatments to wheat, you can protect your crop, you get your money back. If you apply it to oats or barley, it's not going to be that much different. Now, I'm not going to go that far because still barley is affected by wireworms quite a bit, but for oats, I'm sure that would be the case. So I would like to see more studies in barley to address that question. The other thing that we found was the bulk density. The higher the bulk density, the lower the damage, lower the wireworm pressure. Sorry, not damage, the wireworm pressure. So that's one of the recommendations that we are also having to make sure that your soil is packed. And here it is. So if you have a good, well-packed soil, you're increasing the contact between the seed and soil. It would promote quick emergence. So the plant is more vigorous and would come up faster. and it also limits waterworm movement to some extent. So if you have the ability to do that, equipment to do that, I would suggest that certainly as an approach. Barley and oats, they're both more tolerant. There's a relative tolerance again. Don't think when I say they're tolerant, it doesn't mean if you plant barley, it's not going to be affected. It will be affected, but if you plant wheat, it's going to be affected more. Oats, I never done any direct experiments, but that's actually based on the study that was done in Washington State that I list that as a tolerant crop as well. Rotation suggestion is that multiple years with alfalfa. Again, the main reason is that it helps with the soil packing. You have this dense root system in the soil when you plant alfalfa, and you have it for a couple of years, and that would reduce. That's not really a pleasant environment for wireworm. More research needs to be done on that aspect, because when you look at it, you see conflicting results. Some work, some doesn't work, and it goes back to the species. Some species, they really like dry and packed soil, while the others, they like soil that is moist and less packed. So that's, again, another example of how the type of species of wireworm that you have could affect management practices. Use of pesticides with mortality effect and rotation crop is an approach that I just talked about. So if you have the ability if it's possible to rotate with the broadleaf, do it, and try to apply insecticides that actually reduce populations. Neonicotinoid seed treatments do not kill wireworms. Again, as a reminder, they just make them sick. They deter them. So they nip at the plant, they get sick, stay there for a couple of months, come back up, and start causing damage again. That's why mortality and rotation with crops that can actually apply effective chemicals will make a big difference. I talked about the importance of wireworm species, that we need to know what we're dealing with, because that would in particular help with understanding of how effective seed treatment might be. Another study that I wanted to point out by Esser and colleagues is the winter wheat summer fallow option. They said that if you have winter wheat summer fallow and then treat your seed for spring, next year you'll get more protection. So keep that in mind, that fallow itself does not seem to reduce wireworm damage much, but if you combine that with seed treatment, that would be helpful. Now, I've been talking about new insecticides that are coming to market. These insecticides, broflanilide is the new chemical that is coming out to the market from BASF, and we are hoping that it would provide some relief from wireworms. But one thing that I want to remind you is that hopefully within the next 2 or 3 years, we have these effective chemicals that are going to be out in the market. It will give us a peace of mind, but remember, the reason that we are in this situation with wireworms now is that we relied on these chemicals 10, 20 years ago. When DDT was in the market, when organic chlorines were in the market, Lindane, we had available to us, we were knocking out of populations. We completely forgot about other things that we can do to keep the populations down. So we just want to make sure that we don't get into that situation again. The last pest that I'm going to briefly talk about, they're okay, good. Ooh, I did great. Is Hessian flies. Hessian flies are basically small. They look like small mosquito. The only difference is that they're a little smaller, 1/8 of an inch, and they have their number of segments in their antenna is 12 to 16. Do you remember last year? What was my suggestion and how to count those segments? You remember? Some of you do. Just hold them in light. Count them. The tough crowd. I don't know. They can't count them. They're very small, and this is like a tip of a pencil, and you can see, they're fairly small. So if you see something like a mosquito sitting on a plant, just send it to us. We can count them for you. I have the students that can actually count. I don't have to count myself. So, and this is a measure that will show you how difficult they are actually to see if you go out in the field and try to find Hessian flies. What is the other reason that we won't be able to see Hessian flies when we are going out to the field? Just guess. Other than they're small. and they're brown. What else? Well, we don't have them here probably, at least so far. No, that's not actually the reason, but it might be a part of the reason. The reason that we don't see them often is that they only live for 3 to 4 days. They don't live that long. So you don't see the adult, but you see the larvae and you see the pupal stage of them. So as I said, the reason that I want to talk about it, and I want you to keep an eye on it, is that we had a pocket of Hessian fly that appeared in Nampa area in 2015. Likely it is here. The impact has not been much, so we haven't noticed it. We would like to keep an eye out. You're going out to your field and look for plant that might be damaged, okay? Because, and if you see it, send it to us so we can confirm that the infestation is here and we could take appropriate steps before it gets out of hand. So in that short lifetime, adults would emerge, they lay their eggs on the leaves along the veins, and they kind of orangish in color, very small. All right. Then the eggs would hatch and the larvae start moving down the leaf, down the stem, and they get to the bottom around the node here, and they start feeding on the plant. Larvae does not penetrate the stem. They don't get into this, sorry, they penetrate. They don't get into the stem. It's not like sawfly. They just along the stem between the leaf sheet and the stem, and they just keep going down. And when they get there, they start feeding at the base of the plant. They cut an opening and they start sucking the sap out, okay? If the variety is susceptible, you can see multiple larvae that are feeding at the base of the plant. That's what it looks like. At earliest stages, they're orange, like the color of the eggs. Later on, they become whitish in color. Symptoms are not really that distinctive in the field, but this is a good typical symptom. You see this dark green coloration of an infested plant when they're next to healthy plants. So I put the slide here, but again, in a larger field scale, it's really hard to see when you're walking around to go based on color only. But as these larvae are feeding on the plant, when the plant gets bigger, they will just lodge because the stem is weak, so it cannot hold the head anymore. And flaxseed is something that is typical. You cannot miss that. So they are shiny red or brown at the base of the plant, and they usually stick out like this, and you can see them. There's no way that you would not recognize it. And the reason that they're called flaxseed is because they look like one. They're just like a seed, shiny red. So short life cycle story. They emerge, mate, lay their eggs, usually hatch within a week. If the environmental condition is not good, maybe up to 10 days. Larval stage could also take up to 30 days. Usually within 3 weeks, it should be completed, especially if the environment is, environmental condition is suitable for them. Then we have the flaxseed stage. After 2 weeks, all the adults should emerge. So usually we would expect within a week or 10 days that adults will emerge out of these flax seeds or puparia. They over summer and overwinter in this. That's the most resistant life stage of these Hessian flies. We usually expect 2 generations per year, but if in other areas, it could be up to 5 generations when they have longer seasons. And it used to impact the spring wheat only. Now it impacts both the spring and winter wheat. One of the challenges that we have now is that all the research focus has been on spring wheat up to 2 years ago. And as of 2 years ago, we start seeing they're appearing in winter wheat. And we don't have any resistant varieties right away to introduce or to introduce the growers in order to prevent damage. Why we have damage by Hessian flies in winter wheat now, and we didn't have that before? Any ideas?
Global warming.
Yeah, well, changing global conditions or climate may be a reason. But changes in genotype of the pest is also a big reason, because we have these mutations happening in populations over and over again. We have certain what we found actually, the population that we found in southern Idaho was not similar to what we had in Moscow. So it was it was a different population. So it's important to conduct research on that as well. How to manage them, resistant varieties, rotation, controlling volunteers, avoiding early planting in fall. They usually say if you plant past mid-October, you're going to skip the peak population of these Asian flies. These are the main approaches that would help you against other pest conditions as well. If you remember, we talked about barley yellow dwarf virus last year. Again, same approaches apply to that. We talked about wheat streak mosaic virus. Same approaches would apply to that as well. Insecticides are not usually recommended, especially foliar insecticides, because the adults are living only for a short period of time. Okay, so seed treatments would be more effective because the time is the time that they're effective for a longer time than actual foliar applications. Resistant varieties would make a difference. If you have susceptible varieties, you could have up to 25% damage by Haitian flies. And this image is showing the difference between a resistant variety and a susceptible variety. And they actually, using resistance is the main way to protect the crop. The way that we screen crops is that we get these germplasm from breeding programs or different varieties that are even out in the market. We test them, expose them to a lot of Haitian flies, and at the end we go and count the number of larvae and number of flax seeds at the bottom of the plant to see if they're susceptible or not. And we combine that laboratory assays with the information that we're getting from field plots, and we continuously provide varieties that may be resist or that are resistant to Asian flies. And I listed some of these varieties that are resistant. Winter wheat varieties. Cropland 8415 is the only one that we tested and showed some resistance in our laboratory studies. It hasn't been confirmed in the field, so I just put a question mark in front of it. We would like to confirm that resistance in the field before I actually recommend it to growers. I also want to take the opportunity to thank you guys. This is the research that we are doing is funded by your Chekhov dollars, and I take this opportunity to thank you. And we are also always waiting to hear from you. What are the concerns that you have that you'd like to be addressed by us? Feel free to contact me if you have questions about any of these pests that I presented. If you have a pest in the future that you want to know what it is or how to deal with it, email me or give me a call. And with that, I'll be happy to take questions. That's it.
Any questions? Let you go easy. All right, so our next speaker will be Dr. Juliet Marshall, who I'm sure many of you know and are acquainted well with. And we will hear her updates on the wheat and barley variety trials, and then will you be doing the Idaho Grain?
No, someone else is.
Okay.
We'll get to that in a second.
That's in between.
We'll have someone in between Juliet's talks that'll give us an update on the Idaho Grain Producers Association.
You want the diseases?
No, we're doing the varieties first.
Right.
All right, thank you. I have a little promotional thing I'm going to do first. And apparently the University of Idaho is going to offer to wrap your silo in University of Idaho logo stuff. If you're a big Vandal fan and you are interested in some free, I guess, bling, we can apparently wrap your silo and make it look like a U of I Vandal is living there. Anyway, if you're interested, I have information up here. I guess the president is really getting hyped up on U of I advertisement. Our new president, Green, is actually from, well, he is an ex-Vandal and he graduated, so I guess I'm never an ex-Vandal, but he's from New York, a businessman. So we're having a little bit different approach to some of our advertisements. So if you're interested, let me know. I've got some information. So what I'm going to talk about now is the small grains report. And I would like anybody, well, I know the Syngenta folks are not here, but Lima Grain, Mike Flowers, can you come up and stand or sit up front? So we're going to kind of make this an interactive thing. Also, let's see, Syngenta's not here. There are some Westbred folks here, in particular Trenton Stanger. If you know Trenton, he's back there too. And then Devon Weber, or is Juan Juarez around? If you would like to kind of make your way up here, just to talk about varieties, and when you're done talking, the barley's first, so then you guys can sit back down though. If anybody's interested, either that or I'll just call on you to talk about varieties. Anybody from Miller Coors here? I mean, AB. Sorry, guys. All right, so what I'd like to do is give the guys or gals that are heavily involved in the marketing and promotion and know their varieties really well, an opportunity to talk about those varieties instead of listening to me all the time. So the variety trial results, you probably already have the book. There's a couple, I think, left out front if you haven't picked one up. The variety trials are heavily sponsored by the Wheat Commission and the Barley Commission. In other words, as Arash just said, grower dollars at work. So these are all part of your grower checkoff dollars. And we'd like to thank everybody for their support of the extension variety trials, as well as the private breeders who actually do put funding in associated with a variety trial results. So at any time, feel free to stop and ask questions, but we'll try to give you three-year results as well as the newest results from 2019. So our sponsors for the extension variety trials, as you would expect, include the University of Idaho, the Idaho Ag Experiment Station. My home department is entomology, plant pathology, and nematology, and our grower and private breeding company cooperators. So that would include the Grants in Rupert, Dwayne and Taylor Grant, Gilbert and Carl Hoffmeister in Rockland, Trevor Davey at Ryrie, Soda Springs, we have the Kyle Wangeman and Scott Brown, Luke Adams out of Rupert, Mark Teal out of Idaho Falls, Alan Baum out of Ashton, and Jake Mark and Craig Osborne out of Soda. So I really, really like to thank our cooperators, because without their cooperation and allowing us to have some small field in their larger TAMs. So I think it's really important to recognize our sponsors and our cooperators. I've already mentioned some of the other sponsors, the Wheat Commission and Barley Commission, and therefore your grower dollars. Also, we have had, for the actual production of this book, it is in color, which I like a lot better than a black and white. We've got specific sponsorship contributed to the publication of that book. Lima Grain Cereal Seeds, Idaho Wheat Commission and Barley Commission, the Andersons, Thresher, Schooler, Centennial Grain, and Coors have all put funding in so that I don't have to charge you the fees for the production of that book. And so we're really appreciative of that. We always talk about best management practices, variety selection, seed treatments, or you heard some seed treatment information from Arash. We talk about seeding rates and appropriate fungicide use, but obviously what we're going to be focusing on is variety selection. So our project locations for our winter trials, we actually have 3 dry land, Ryrie, Rockland, Soda Springs, and 3 irrigated, Kimberly, Rupert, and Aberdeen. In 2020, we will have another irrigated location up at Ryrie, close to where our dry land trial is up that way. Should be that way. So that would give another location for irrigated winter grain. For our spring trials, we have Rupert, Aberdeen, Idaho Falls, Ashton are all irrigated, and we have 1 dry land location at Soda. What's really nice about Soda is it does get quite a lot of good spring moisture And some years it almost functions as an irrigated location. It depends on the year. Some years it's really, really dry and we have problems with barley mealybug and other issues. So we'll start talking about irrigated winter barley. So in the past, we have seen pretty much a complete reversal of winter barley. It used to almost all be 6-row feed barleys, and now we pretty much are looking at almost 2 malt barley varieties. And so we've had quite a big change in what is available for our irrigated winter barley. And if you want to follow along, table 26, page 85, and I also always include an LSD factor on our slide, so that's the least significant difference at about 95% confidence. So looking at the new varieties or 3-year averages of the newer varieties, Thunder is a line from Pat Hayes' Oregon State program. And Thunder 2-row malt variety has actually been one of the highest yielding 2-row malt lines that we have had under winter conditions. These newer varieties are actually going to be a lot better than our previous lines that were first released for winter malt, which includes Charles and Endeavor. What's nice about these newer lines, they have a lot better winter hardiness, and so they don't come through the winter and actually go belly up. So they're a lot better spring stand, a lot more cold hardiness. There is no snow mold tolerance. We still restrict our advice on where to grow these. The Rupert area and down towards Twin, very good areas. You start getting up towards Aberdeen and then towards Idaho Falls. We start restricting our suggestions on winter barley because they don't survive very well under the winter conditions. But this area is a really good place to grow winter barley. So I talked about Thunder. Sunstar Pride is an older line that is a feed line and has been in the area for a long time. LCS Calypso, Lima Grain Cereal Seeds Calypso, is a variety obviously from Lima Grain Cereal Seeds. So I'll let Mike talk about LCS Calypso real quick if you wish.
I won't need that, but. It's one of our newer winter barleys. Haven't had a lot of it grown up here. Most of it's been grown in the eastern U.S., but it's one of our 2 winter malt barley types that we have available in the U.S. So it's good to see it's doing good in the trials up here.
Yep. Also, Wind Malt is from Germany. It's KWS variety. And Wind Malt has been one of the first large acreage, besides Charles and Endeavor, it's been probably the next large acreage winter malt variety that we've had in this area. I do want to mention there's 2 here with little stars, Upspring and Buck. Those are both varieties released out of Oregon State program, and they are both what we call naked or hulleth varieties. And Buck, as a naked line, Pat Hayes Pat Hayes didn't name it, his wife named it, and Buck Naked is supposed to be a heart healthy barley variety for those of us wishing to lose a little bit of weight. And it has the higher barley beta-glucan content, which helps reverse the effects of type 2 diabetes and lower serum blood cholesterol, right? So I'm very much a proponent of eating barley for a heart healthy diet, and Upspring was released not from Oregon State, but from the ARS at Aberdeen, with a little bit greater yield potential and higher barley beta-glucan within the seed. So these 2 lines, if you take a look at the variety trials, they'll have test weights in the range of winter wheat. So you'll see up to 60-pound test weights of those lines. So if you have any interest in growing food barleys, we now have options in our winter barleys as well as our springs.
Julia,
Yes.
those the yield information on those 2, is that based on the 60 pounds per bushel?
The yield is not based, for barley, it's based on a 48-pound.
I see.
So
So as far as total 100 weight per acre, they probably still did pretty well.
yes, definitely. When you come to the hulleth lines and you look at the actual yield, you're right. Then the hulleth varieties actually do really well. And sometimes when we measure the yield of the hulleth barleys that were with high barley beta-glucan, we sometimes convert the yield of barley beta-glucan per acre and not necessarily the seed weight per acre. Because some of these varieties don't yield as well, but have high barley beta-glucan, so you get on a per acre basis higher barley beta-glucan, which the food companies will use to actually extract the beta-glucan and sometimes use that directly instead of the seed itself. Did that make sense? Okay, all right. So the newer lines that we're seeing, so this is just 1 year worth of data, and you hear me say this over and over again. I highly recommend 3 years worth of data when you make your variety variety choices. I don't like to make variety suggestions based on 1 year worth of data because year after year you'll have so many different environments that it's really hard to determine yield stability. But we are getting a lot of spring and winter barleys that are from Europe. And if you wanted to take a look up here, and that did not happen the way I wanted it to, but the KWS Donau, Calypso, I just already talked about Calypso, but KWS Donau, KWS Somerset, KWS Scala, obviously they are, what's that, KWS Lachau, right, out of Germany. And the KWS Donau did really amazing 186 bushels last year over 2 different locations with really good test weight at about 52. You can see that our average test weight is 51, and I'm so used to excellent Idaho barley that I think 50-pound test weight is expected. 48-pound test weight is all that we expect for #1 barley, and of course not one of these are below 48 pounds. Charles is close, but everything else is way far above that 48-pound for #1 barley. So the varieties out of Europe tend to be really high yielding, also very, very good in enzymatic capabilities for what we call our craft brew. And so you'll find that sometimes they're not going to be contracted by some of the large malt companies. They might be targeted for some of the smaller malt companies. And so you might not have a market for some of these varieties, but under testing, we're finding that they have very good environmental adaptability to this area. So it's really interesting and nice to see how well some of these varieties are doing. So I did also highlight Upspring and Buck, which are the 2 hulless lines with good barley beta-glucan for human food. And Pat Hayes out of Oregon has been releasing varieties for what he calls multiple uses. And I'm not sure how well this is going to take off because we're so used to the hull varieties for malt, but he's trying to use a hull-less variety for malt, feed, and food. So you're kind of bending the lines there because when you have a good food barley variety, it's high in barley beta-glucan, but good malt variety should be low in barley beta-glucan. So he's trying to kind of bend the rules a little bit, and I'm not sure how well they'll be received by the larger malting companies, probably not at all, but maybe for some of the smaller targeted craft malt, they might be okay. Okay, so we'll talk about our irrigated spring barley. I always like to compare the last year to the 10 years previous. There's good reasons to do that. If you take a look for our 10-year averages of selected agronomic characteristics for our spring barley, our yield was actually a little bit lower than previous year's averages. Last year was a bit strange, and I'm going to show you some temperature data. Last year also, we had a kind of a cool growing season. It was hot in July and August, as you expect, but the actual growing season, our growing degree days was a little bit lower than what we would normally expect. And so we had a cold, wet spring, later planting. We had some cooler overall growing degree days, and so things got a little bit delayed. We even had a bit of a frost in Aberdeen that cut the yields of our spring barley and our spring wheat quite a bit. It's kind of surprising. I was so disappointed because it was such a beautiful yield at Aberdeen last year, and our yields got cut quite a bit. especially in our spring wheat. So if you take a look at last year's averages from the Aberdeen location, you'll see how low they are compared to what we normally have. So a bit of a lower yield, an average test weight, plant height was a little bit above average. Our heading date was, 182 days from January 1 compared to the average of 178. So you're looking at some locations were 5 to even 10 days later in heading than what was expected, than what was the average. So it was a later year. And lodging was not as bad. It was about 10 points higher than average. So that gives us a little bit of perspective of what happened last year environmentally. So we'll look at the 2 malts first. And this is the temperature data that I wanted to show you. It's far more informative when we look at the spring grain. Our barley was heading a lot later than normal. Our heading date was about almost into July. It was 6/27. So June 27th is our heading date for Aberdeen. This is just Aberdeen's data. And so we had a pretty late heading date, but you can see how low some of these temperatures got. So the blue is our low, our reds are a daytime high. And you can see we have some, this is June 9th. We had some cold temperatures, but we also see June 21st, close to freezing. And in fact, some cases we had some frost on June 21st. So that really affected some of our spring yield in some of our areas. Any questions on the heading and the temperatures? Okay, so we're gonna look at our 3-year averages, talk about some of the barley varieties that are available. At the top here in yield over several years and locations include LCS Odyssey, LCS Genie. So, Mike, do you want to talk about Odyssey and Genie at all?
Sure. So these have been kicking around for a while. I guess one of the good pieces of news we got this year is Odyssey is now on the AMBA list. So hopefully that'll help a little bit more with contracting. But it's just been one of our great performers up here. Genie, I think, has been better over in the Washington area than it has been in Idaho. They seem to like that, whereas Odyssey seems to do better down here. I guess the other thing to think about, so both of these, as Juliet mentioned, are more of that draft style malt. So a little bit different malt profile, but we see a lot of interest in Odyssey in this last year in particular. And both of these are low or no GN, which means they're good for both the beer industry as well as distilling. So that's one of the unique traits of some of the European germplasm that we have, is that it's got that low or a null GN, which is something a little harder to find in the US and Canada right now. So, yeah.
Does anybody remember the reason why LCS Odyssey does so well down here? It's got resistance to Cereulsis nematode. And it is probably one of the only ones that have such a high extent of Cereulsis nematode resistance. So it has done it amazingly well in some of our areas where we have high disease pressure or nematode pressure. Moravia 69, so if you take a look at these variety trial results, the ones that are in darker bars are not really statistically significantly different. So these are our top yielding varieties that we can say with a high degree of confidence that these are high yielding varieties. Now I don't have all of the varieties in here because I don't want to include a lot of the named varieties. So that's why it might look like there's fewer varieties that are in the variety trial results. So Moravian 69 is going to be replaced maybe sometime in some future?
Maybe.
Maybe? Devon, you want to talk about
We
it?
keep trying to. 69 still such a good variety for the malt house. We're at our time constantly replacing it, plus it yields well in our area. But we're trying to get a little plumper variety with a little bit higher protein, which would be the 179. So we're kind of trying that for now. We also have another variety we're dealing with at 180, and so we're continuing to try to replace 69.
Yeah, it's been really hard to replace maybe 69. We've got M179 data I'll show you for 1 year's worth, and I'm pretty impressed with its yield potential on that particular line. Some of the other lines we have, Explorer, we're getting some background noise on Explorer. There's quite a bit of interest in this variety. It's a French variety from Socobra, and it is one of the maltsters' preferred varieties in Europe. And Explorer has done pretty well in this area in the last couple of years. So that might be something for interest if you're interested in contracting that variety. But again, it's mostly up in the Ashton area that I've seen that variety have grower interest. We've got ABI Voyager, ABI Eagle, ABI Growler. And these high yielding ABI lines, I do want to mention ABI Voyager is very widely grown in this area, but if you have cereal cyst nematode, this variety is not resistant nor tolerant to that nematode pressure. And so you really should know what's in your field. And if you have a lot of barley growing year after year, then that would be something I would highly recommend you test for, is the cereal cyst nematode. And if you test for it, you need to specifically ask, I want cereal cyst nematode testing because it's a different test than it is for the other nematodes. Because those cysts actually float, where if you're taking a nematode extraction, most of the others will sink to the bottom, and that's a different complete test. Then you would miss the cereal cyst if you didn't ask for it. So Explorer is very susceptible, ABI Voyager is very susceptible to cereal cyst nematode. We have AAC Synergy, Canadian line, and the Canadian lines usually have high plant height, and they fall over, they lodge a lot under irrigation. They do have really good disease resistance, foliar and fusarium head blight resistance or tolerance in this area. Gemcraft is one of the latest releases from the USDA ARS, and that variety has really good yield potential in the Idaho Falls area. We get a private grower that's usually hitting 165 in Idaho Falls bushels. So that's got really high yield potential, and it's being direct marketed to some of the micro brewing and micro malting facilities in eastern Idaho. So that's a really good yielding variety. The other thing I can mention is just because a variety isn't hitting the top of my yield charts all the time, doesn't mean that that variety isn't a good yield performing variety under normal agronomic conditions. So always take the yield variety trial results with a grain of salt when it comes, because we're managing these variety trials to an average yield, an average protein. And so some of the higher yielding spring wheat or winter wheat varieties, for example, might come across as having low protein, but they also don't have enough nitrogen to make both yield and protein. So I'll show you that when we come to some of the trials. Average for this trial for over 3 years is 126 bushels, but again, we know we can do a lot better in the field. When we talk about barley varieties, what we would like, high test weight, and not necessarily high grain protein, but you want to hit an in-between target, which is usually between 10 and 12, preferably even narrower, even less than 11.5. And so we want to make sure the varieties that we select are hitting those targets. Some of these varieties here, AC Metcalf, ABI Eagle, they've hit a little bit higher on the protein, but they have very good test weights. What our preference would be is lower test weight and higher test weight and lower protein. So this is a good average 11.3 to lower. You can see Moravia 63 or 69 has a 50.6 on the test weight. And again, for our barley varieties, these are all excellent test weights. So some of these other lines with a higher protein, not necessarily something you want to see, but look at the low protein and high test weight of ABI Voyager. Good variety there. Okay, so remember when I was talking about all of the new European lines coming in? Same with the spring wheat or spring barley. Lots of new lines coming in from Europe. Fendega and Bente are two lines that have just come in with very good yields. What I do want to point out, Fendega has a little bit lower test weight. Bente was really nice and had lower lodging overall. So that's one of the big issues we have out here is our lodging. But even under irrigation, Bente did pretty well as far as lodging. But even better, you take a look at ESMA, 131 for yield and hardly any lodging. Very nice spring barley. We also have Sangria and Manta. And then at the bottom there is Fangio. Some of our more newer lines include Moravian 179. And you can see the yield of Moravian 179 up here at 141, very similar to the top yielding. And then the test weight is a 52. Anything you want to mention about 179, Devon?
Not really. I know when we were bringing it in, we were doing our test malts, sending it out. I think the test weights down are like close to about 54 coming out the field around the bin. So it's a very heavy variety.
Okay.
Malt, you do have more test weight, you probably do more extract.
Okay. We have full pint, and you may have heard of full pint. It's not that new per se. It's been well grown in the Oregon area, again targeting the craft malting. And full pint is also from Pat Hayes' breeding program, and they're targeting some of the flavor components associated with different malt varieties. I can mention some of the Canadian lines, AAC Connect and CDC Fraser. AAC Connect is going to have apparently as good a malt quality as AC Metcalf. And so they're pretty interested in promoting this variety, AAC Connect. And then what else did I want to mention about Connect? Lodging was a little bit high. The Canadian varieties, as I mentioned earlier, do have a tendency to lodge under our higher production systems. Then we'll talk about two-row feed. Anybody growing feed lines? I know there's a lot more interest in feed due to the increase in the cattle. So we'll talk, anybody growing them though? Okay, nobody growing the feed lines. Well, I'll mention a couple then. I'll try to go through this pretty quickly. This is feed and food, separate category from our malt. Millennium is about the only 6-row barley left in the area, and it is all feed. We have Altorado, Oriana, and Claymore. Those are 3 very high yielding feed lines. I really like Oriana because it's short and I can see over the field a lot easier with that one. It's one of the first ones to really break the yield and height barrier. So these 3 lines are being marketed and sold through Highland Specialty Grains out of the Eastern Washington area. But these are the lines that have consistently beat our longtime standard of champion. Also, the ones that are down here in the light color, those are all our new food lines. So Julie, Cardia, Transit, and Golden Heart. So Julie has about 67% barley beta glucan. It's a higher yielding than Transit. Transit has up to 8 to 9% barley beta glucan, but sometimes that barley beta glucan at that high is too high for some food processing uses. And so some of the people that I've known in Kellogg's have actually preferred Julie when it comes to using it in some of the cereals. Cardia is Hull. Julie, Transit, and Golden Heart are Hull-less. Golden Heart was supposed to replace Transit because it had better stand and better yield, but not in my trials they didn't. It's been consistently lower than Transit. So the overall average was 124 bushels per acre group, which is the wheat. Unless anybody had any questions on barley.
But just to add on to what Devon was talking about, the varieties that we're currently with, they tend to build a more plumper. So that, when it comes to seeding rates and counts, that may affect how many seeds occur, I would say. So keep that in mind. And some of the other stuff we're playing with, it seems like it's taking a little bit more pounds to plant. The M69, I think we play about the 90 to 100 pound seeding rate. The new varieties they don't seem to steal out as much. So the breeder has asked us to mention to the growers that you probably go for a little bit more.
on the seeding rate. That's one of the things that I always recommend is knowing your seeds per pound. And so you are targeting a seed per acre or plants per acre so that you don't overseed, because overseeding, and oftentimes when you have a small seed, instead of, if you decide I'm just gonna plant what I always plant and plant 100 pounds per acre, then you actually overseed when you have small seed. And then you can end up with disease issues and lodging issues. So if you take a look at, I think it's table 1 in my book that you have, we have a seeding rate that we planted all of the varieties in the variety trials based on 1 million seeds per irrigated acre for wheat, and based on 800 seeds per acre for irrigated barley. And it's lower for dry land, because it's extremely important to understand what your seed weight is so that you target exactly the number of plants per acre that you expect to have in your field. Okay, so we're going to talk about wheat now. If you take a look at the 10-year averages, this is on page 60. Yield was not much different than normal. Test weight was right at 60 pounds per bushel for our trials. The plant height was a little higher. Our heading date was 5 days later than the previous 10 years average. And that's an average. Some of our sites, again, were quite a bit later than normal because of our low growing degree days. So we'll look at the winter soft white, winter first. And there is a lot of new varieties out there, okay? So this is our 3-year averages. You find this on page 73. We have Bruno, SY Ovation, LCS Hulk, UI Magic, Westbred 1783 at this top here. You'll find a lot more down below, but I do want to talk about Bruno as a very good quality, very tall, has some lodging potential to that particular variety. SY Ovation, the Syngenta folks aren't here, but you guys should be very familiar with SY Ovation, a very high yielding variety. Throughout the area, we are starting to see a little stripe rust on SY Ovation, so we're going to keep an eye on that. LCS Hulk, Lima Green cereal seeds. Mike, you want to talk about some of the LCS varieties here, and then the newer ones are coming as well in the next tape.
Are you talking about the varsity line?
You can talk about the varsity.
Oh, okay. So 2 things that we have going on. So we have, for you guys that don't know, so we have the LCS material that's all bred by Lima Grain, but we also have a pretty deep collaboration with U of I. So we launched a new brand last year called Varsity Idaho, and those are co-bred material. So you'll see kind of a mix and match, because we have some material that we market from U of I, we have some co-bred material in the VI. So we see Bulldog there that was launched this last year, and then you see the straight LCS. So of the ones up there, I mean, I know Hulk has done really well. I think I'm more excited about Blackjack, which you'll see here in a little bit, because that one I think is going to be a nice fit for you guys, particularly the irrigated guys. But I don't want to pass up Bulldog here. So Bulldog is a new release. It's onless. It's got that sort of blended, 96 look to it. It's very short, good stiff straw on it. So I think it's also one that, as you think about it, pay attention to it and see how it does. And it's a heavy test weight variety. So both up here, Hulk and Bulldog are both heavy test weight material, and you'll see some comparisons there with some of our other material that's kind of maybe a little bit higher yielding, but a little bit lower test weight. So just take a look at that.
Yeah. We'll talk a little bit more about some of the newer varieties.
Yep.
Okay, so Westbred 1783, one of my favorite Westbreds, and 1529. You want to talk about those 2, or before we get to the newer?
We have any newer ones there yet?
Okay, I don't know.
I haven't looked through all your slides yet.
Okay.
So, anyways, we got 2 high-performing Westbred varieties. The soft white winter market, the WB 1529, is an earlier, shorter variety. And then we've also got the 1783, which is a taller, later variety. So you have a lot of bursts in timing and spreading your risk with these 2 varieties. Very high performing, high yielding, high quality, and excellent standability with these 2 varieties. For those of you who may need a clear fill variety for controlling grassy weeds, we also offer WB's 1376 CL as well.
Okay, so some of the other varieties that I can mention, we have UI Magic Clearfield Plus. So the Clearfield lines are going to be really important when it comes to grassy weeds, and we're going to talk a little bit more about grassy weeds, including volunteer wheat, when we talk about our disease section. But I do want to mention that if there's grassy weed problems, our winter Clearfield lines with 2 genes for Clearfield resistance are a good way to try to reduce the impact of things like Joy goat grass or Italian rye, any number of different hard to control weeds. And so UI Magic is one of those Clearfield lines, one of the higher yielding Clearfield lines along with UI Castle. But I will mention that UI Magic is susceptible to some of the stripe rust pathogen races. So that's something to pay attention to, is the stripe rust. We've got Jasper out of Washington State. I like Jasper, high yield potential. It also has good cold tolerance. It's good for snow mold if you have some snow mold conditions. And Jasper also has a higher level of stripe rust and it's also good for irrigated and dry land conditions. And it has good resistance to stripe rust where L-tan doesn't. So Jasper's a really good replacement for L-tan and